So don't do anything stupid, guys. We're on the record now. Good morning. My name is Bill Kennedy. I am a Keller Williams University instructor. I am in Greenville, South Carolina, and I'm excited to be here with you today to present the Business Planning Clinic, which is based on the Millionaire Real Estate Agent. Just a couple things before we get started. First of all, I would love to see your faces, so please turn on your cameras because I can't be with you in person. I love to be down there in Weston and actually anywhere in Florida and teaching you guys. Since I can't be there, we'll just have to make the best of it possible. Second of all, we will take several breaks throughout the day because I know that it is difficult to sit in front of a computer. So probably about every hour, depending on where we are in the material, we'll take a short break. That way you can stretch, you can make phone calls, return emails, that kind of thing. This is a business planning clinic. This is not a class full of lots of glitz and glam, okay? I'm not going to be giving you all kinds of, magic buttons to do your business with. We are talking about the basics. We are talking about the fundamentals. And this is probably the most important thing you can learn, most important thing you can work with in real estate. We are planning for next year. And the only way you're going to have a super successful year is if you start with a super successful plan. So we're going to make sure that you have that and that you're ready to rock and roll. So that being said, because this is a clinic, that means you have to work. You can't just sit and listen to me. If you sit and listen to me all day, you kind of got it on in the background and you're doing other things, you may as well log off because this is not going to do what you need it to. This is going to require you to write things down, to fill out the workbook, to make sure that you are getting the most you can out of it. Okay? So just a little bit about me. Again, my name is Bill Kennedy. I am in Greenville, South Carolina, which is in the upstate of South Carolina. I have been in real estate for 19 years. 19. I don't feel old enough to have been in for 19 years, especially since I had another career before I got into this. I was a law enforcement officer for 11 years. So I've been doing this a while. I've been with Keller Williams for all but 3 of those years. I love Keller Williams. This is an awesome company. I am a fanboy, big time, of this company, and I am proud to say that. Since I've been with Keller Williams, I've been blessed to become a broker in charge at one point. I'm not anymore, thank goodness. That is a tough job, and I respect the brokers in charge. I've been an ALC member for 11 years of the time I've been at Keller Williams, and I am one of the owners of one of our market centers. So I've had a lot of opportunities at Keller Williams, and I absolutely love this company. As I told you, I'm a Keller Williams University instructor. I've been teaching classes since 2005. I became an official KW instructor in 2018, which meant I could go all over the country teaching classes, which is why I miss going to Florida. I love going down there and seeing you folks. It's a lot of fun, especially when the weather gets crappy up here. I go to Florida, it's always nicer, except during hurricane season. So, I try to avoid that kind of thing. We have a pretty good group today. Right now, we've got 29 folks in the room, so that's awesome. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you, 8 of you on camera. Again, please indulge me. Since we've been teaching Zoom classes for the last 7 months, I've gotten to the point where I'm really good at talking to myself, and I hate that feeling. So let me see your shining faces. And yes, I understand if you just rolled out of bed, that's okay. This is Zoom. No judgment here, right? As we go through the class, I'm going to ask for participation. So there's a couple ways you can participate. You can type in the chat box, which I will do my best to monitor. It's a little hard to monitor chat sometimes when you're the presenter. You can unmute yourself and just, talk. The only thing I ask is that you mute yourself again once you're done talking. That way, if you have background noise, we have one person with the baby. That's awesome. We have some folks, well, I have dogs. So since I can't mute myself, you may hear my dogs at some point. But we'll have fun and make this a very positive experience. So before we jump into the material, I want to poll the audience, and you can, again, type in the chat or just unmute yourself. What do you want to get out of today? The question I ask all my classes, no matter what I'm teaching. What do you want to get out of today?
Clarity.
I heard clarity. All right. What else?
Success plan.
Say that again.
A plan to be successful.
Yeah, a plan to be successful. Some kind of plan to get you into action and have awesome results.
Yes.
What else?
Structure and systems.
All right, get some structure and systems behind what you're doing. Awesome. What else?
Officer Bill, effective and organization. Those two goes together, and focus.
Absolutely. You need something that's effective, get some organization, and get some focus to bring it all together. Absolutely. Anything else? Well, we're going to talk about all of that. We're going to bring it all in. Now, I'm just curious, if you have your camera on, you can literally raise your hand, or you can click the emoji button. There's reactions at the bottom of your screen. How many of you have read The Millionaire Real Estate Agent? Got a couple people with their hands up. Cool. Got some thumbs up.
I did the vice versa. The real estate millionaire investor. Gary Keller, same thing.
Yeah, you went the MREI route. Awesome. That is a great book. It's a very good book. So if you haven't read The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, I highly recommend that everybody jump into it. Make sure that you read it because it is a great book. It is the Bible of real estate. And I have to tell you a little story to get this class started. So I was at a small independent company, and this was 2004, way back when. I got my real estate license in 01. So 2004, I was at a little independent company, and the company was just not doing what it needed to. I really wanted to do things that were outside the box. I guess you'd call me a forward-thinking agent. I still think I'm a forward-thinking agent. Try to think of new techniques and things that would, approach the real estate market differently. And my company just wasn't what I needed. So I ended up interviewing with all the companies around town. I talked to Coldwell Banker. They didn't talk to me, actually. I didn't have a resume, and they wouldn't talk to me. That's a true story. I went to Remax, interviewed with them. I talked to Prudential, which now is Berkshire Hathaway. And I talked to all the companies. I couldn't find one that would be a good match. They all had their pluses. They just didn't have what I needed. So I decided in my infinite wisdom, I was going to start my own company because I was 3 years into the real estate business. I knew everything, right? Yeah. As I was, yeah, I get thumbs up. Yep. So as I go through that process, I got my broker's license, and I happened to go to a free class in Charleston, South Carolina. The instructor of that class, I don't even remember what it was on. I don't remember his name. But at the end of the class, he told all of us, now, y'all, there's a bunch of books in the back of the room. This is how I'm not making this up. This is how he talked. There's a bunch of books in the back of the room. I recommend you read these books. They're helping me in my career, and I think they'd help you too. There's one book in particular. It's a red book. It's called The Millionaire Agent by Gary something or other. I think y'all need to read it. That's a great book. Well, with that kind of endorsement, how could I not pick it up, right? So I went back there. I found the book. And of course, it was The Millionaire Real Estate Agent by Gary Keller, Dave Jenks, and Jay Papasan. I ordered that and from Amazon. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that's when Amazon just sold books. Okay. I got the book and read it in 3 days. It absolutely changed the trajectory of my real estate life. I had to find where Gary Keller's company was in Greenville. I had to look in the phone book. Millennials, that is a large book that had different phone numbers in it. It was how we found things back in the old days. Some of you remember phone books, right? Right, okay. And I finally interviewed with Keller Williams, and the rest of the story is right in front of you. I am what I am. One person said, "You know what the phone book is?" Yep. So we're going to talk about the Millionaire Real Estate Agent Business Planning Clinic. There are some downloads. They're in chat, and they will pop up throughout the day. They'll be putting them back in chat for us. If you didn't get, actually, they were in the email that you all got. So all the materials are available for download if you go back to the email, if you don't happen to have it. If you didn't print out the 139-page book, then I ask you to please print out the 25-page workbook. That has all the important pages to fill in. If you don't have that, get a yellow pad, follow along with your digital copy, and you will be okay. All right, so I have covered all that good stuff. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and we will get rocking and rolling. Hold on one second. Come on, computer. You can do it. Let's try this again. Sorry, PowerPoint shut down and it is restarting, so give me just a moment. It's one of the fun things about teaching a class online or doing any technology class, which I do a lot of. Sometimes you are bound by technology. All right, let's try this one more time. Everyone keep your fingers crossed. PowerPoint doesn't crash this time. All right, don't breathe too hard. It might cause a problem. Here we go. Guys, I am just setting my screen up so I have the chat open and I can see all your smiling faces. There we go. Perfect. All right. So let's go to page 1.1 in your book. Fill this out. Where are you today? Just go in, answer the questions. At the top, there are 4 check boxes that you can check. Maybe you create and use a business plan on a daily, monthly, annual, and long-term, or as a daily, monthly, annual, and long-term guide to run your business. Maybe you're on a team, you're new to business planning. Maybe you have anything in between. Check the right box for you, or boxes. What about your numbers? Number 1 says the amount of money I need to pay for my lifestyle and get out of debt. How much money do you need to pay for your life and get out of debt? Fill that in. That's going to be important later. Your business expenses, an estimate of it. By the way, this was all in the pre-work that was emailed to you, so you may have already done this. Your average commission amount. How about the number of listing appointments you went on last year? If you're new, that's easy, 0. We're going to use these numbers in just a moment to start crafting our business plan. Number of buyer appointments you went on last year, number of listings you sold last year, number of buyers you sold last year. Again, page 1.1. How about the number of names in your database? And who's on your team? Is it just you? Is it other people? Take another minute and fill out that page. While you fill it out, I'm going to start talking about the goals.
Is it imperative to have it 100% filled out now? Because I don't have any of the numbers put together. I just signed up late, so.
Do the best you can.
Okay.
And we'll get some other numbers. If you didn't fill them out now, we can fill them out in a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, and just take a best guess, because you can always go back and change this later. Once you see how to do this, then you can do this, later today. You can do it for the rest of your life. This
Okay.
is something that I went through in 2010 for the first time, and I started doing it, and I've been doing it for 10 years now. So these are good skills to learn and then just keep using. All right, so page 1.3. We just got a huge link in the chat box. Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, you can download the materials in the chat box and they'll help you out. So let's go to page 1.3, the goals of this course. First of all, we're going to understand the power of the 5 fundamental models of the millionaire real estate agent. Those are powerful. Now, if you've been through this course before, we talked about 4 fundamental models. Now we have a 5th fundamental model, and that is the expansion model. We are not really going to go into the expansion model much. We're just going to talk about it. If you want to learn more about the expansion model, there's a class called Expansion System Orientation, which will take you through that in detail. The second goal is to create a custom business plan for your business, just your business. Okay, everybody is going to get that. Number 3, you're going to initiate a plan of execution through accountability with a peer partner, maybe a productivity coach, a team leader, or even a coach. So again, we're going to look at the 5 models, we're going to create a business plan, and then you're going to execute your plan. Remember, you are going to choose how you're going to make this happen. You. Nobody's going to tell you how to do it. When we finish this course, you should have a completed business plan. This is something that's going to go with you through the rest of your career. Just keep changing it from year to year. So write down your 3 learning goals. Again, page 1.3, what are your 3 learning goals today? Everyone has different things they want to learn. Write them down. What are 3 things you want to understand by the end of this training? And you can see under that how we're going to make it happen. Level 1, we're going to complete a business plan. Level 2, you have your completed business plan. You're going to commit to follow a written plan. Or level 3, you have a completed business plan, you follow the written plan, and you're going to share it with somebody who's going to hold you accountable. Either a peer partner, a coach, maybe your team leader, somebody who's going to check in on your activities and hold you accountable to it. The accountability part is huge. even if you find a fellow agent who wants to be your accountability partner. All right, so flip over to page 2.1. And let's get into the actual material for the class. Models and mindset. So the models of the Millionaire Real Estate Agent are the result of the latest research from interviewing hundreds of highly successful real estate agents. And that's across different brands, not just Keller Williams. It's across different locations, not just in the United States. These models that have been developed are proven to contribute to their success. The first habit of self-discipline is to pursue models of excellence in all areas of your life that are truly important to you. Models of excellence are found in the practices of top performers. So if we look at people who are top performers in real estate, we can find models that will help us in our real estate business. If we find people who are top performers in athletics, they can help us. If we model their activities, we can help improve our athletic prowess. Following models helps you build habits. This is super important, and this is one of the most important concepts from the Millionaire Real Estate Agent. Following models helps you build habits. Habits make predictable results with less effort, and if you're using those great models, it provides shortcut to great thinking. It's kind of like, it's like building the wheel. You don't have to invent the wheel again and build the wheel again because we already have a wheel. Now you might just use the wheel to help propel yourself forward. You might use the wheel you might improve the wheel, but you don't have to go back and redesign everything. So the question comes up, what is a model? Well, a model is a pattern of something to be made. It can be an example for imitation. It might serve, it might either serve as, or it could be capable of serving as a platform or a pattern to be imitated. So for example, if I tell you need to lead generate 3 hours a day and you watch me and I make 3 hours of phone calls and I'm using a particular script, that is a model. You can imitate that. You can use that in your own business. That's a simple model. A script is a model. A script is the simplest form of models. When I teach in another class, one of the most important scripts I teach everyone is one line. And here's what's going to happen next. That is a script. It is a model. I use it in my business every single day. So scripts can be models. Simple processes can be models. Now, we have to be careful with models because if we don't start with a solid foundation, if we just add too much creativity, or we start with creativity in the beginning instead of a proven model, we can actually create something that's very unstable. When you begin with a proven model and then you add creativity, you can create a stable business for which you have a chance of achieving your highest possible results. If you begin with creativity and then you try to add a model, which you see on the right-hand side, or you try to add creativity to a model that you haven't fully implemented yet, you risk rendering the model completely ineffective. And this is the example of an unstable business. This happens with a lot of people. In fact, we have a comment from Kevin. This image is so true. I lost over a year of my real estate career with unstable models. Me too. Because a lot of times we look and we see the bright, shiny objects, right? Or people tell us this is the easy way to do something, and we jump on board and we do it. And I'm guilty. Kind of, Kevin, you're nodding your head. We're sharing our guilt, right? It happens. You find those bright, shiny objects, you try to jump on board, or you think you're smarter than the model. That's another thing that I've been guilty of, where I will try to jump in and improve on a model that didn't need improving in the first place. And it's kind of silly when I said, I can improve on something. I can do better than Gary Keller. I was probably smoking crack at the time, because you can't be smarter than Gary Keller on something when he's been studying this for 35 years.
And there's also the the saying now of, there's so many tools and shiny objects for real estate agents because there's so many people who tried it and thought they could outsmart the system and just sell something else.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you can get distracted very easily, and that's why the red book is such a powerful thing because it's like putting blinders on the racehorse, you know?
Yeah, if you follow the model and you stick to it, you're going to be in a much better position. You're absolutely right. I like that analogy. The blinders on the racehorse keep you going down the road. We all get calls every single day from telemarketers trying to sell us something, right? And it's only going to cost us one extra commission a year. Well, that extra commission starts to add up really fast. We'll talk about that in the budget model too. So the Millionaire Real Estate Agent provides you with a set of models that are based on the actual experiences of the very best in the industry. Once you've implemented these models and you have a thorough understanding of them, you can innovate around them and then improve your results. So again, you memorize them, you use them as they are, and then once you've implemented them completely 100%, you can start to innovate. You can start to make changes. So let's look at another slide here. How many of you have heard of E to P? It's one of the Keller Williams 6 personal perspectives, going from E to P. A lot of you are turning your cameras off. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I got a thumbs up though, that's good. So one person has heard of E to P that I see. Okay. So E to P means going from entrepreneurial to purposeful. Entrepreneurial to purposeful. And this graphic on your screen now explains it very, very well. Let me just go through it. Every one of us starts off with a certain amount of natural ability. We all have a certain amount of natural ability. We can do things naturally. We don't need a lot of training. We can just go out and do it. For example, some of us are better at talking to people than others. Some of us are just able to work a room. I've never been able to work a room naturally. I had to learn that skill. That's something that did not come to me naturally. Now, can I work a room? Absolutely. And I am exhausted by the time I'm done. It drains me completely because I have to work very hard at it. But we all start with some natural ability and we work hard and we get to a certain point that's called our natural ceiling of achievement, or on the slide, it has a natural achievement ceiling. We bump our heads against that and we can't go any further because we need to implement foundational models. Once our natural ability takes us as far as it can, it's time to implement those models. So we add those proven foundational models and we have a breakthrough. Now, once we have the breakthrough, that doesn't mean we're done with the models. That means that we can work to a new achievement ceiling. And we work as hard as we can with those models. Eventually, we hit a new achievement ceiling. That's where we add the creativity and we improve our models. Once we improve our models, we break through that ceiling of achievement. We get to a higher and higher point, and then we hit another ceiling of achievement. This goes on forever. This is never going to stop. You are always going to have a ceiling of achievement. And the way to get through your ceiling of achievement is to add improved models, use some creativity, add some better models, implement those better models, and break through that ceiling. Even Gary Keller has a ceiling of achievement right now. And he's probably working hard at breaking through it. Models provide two things for us that are extremely important. They give us business stability and they give us a breakthrough strategy. They give us business stability and they give us a breakthrough strategy. Without that, we're going to keep hitting our head against the window just like a fly hits its head against the window. We're not going to be able to break through and get up to the next level. Go to page 2.3. There are some myths about models, and I just want to touch on these really fast in case some of you might be experiencing some of these myths. First of all, number one, I don't need models. So why don't you need models? This was me. I didn't feel like I needed models because I could learn fast. I didn't really need to model things. Give me some techniques and I'll do my own thing. This was how I was in 2004 when I joined Keller Williams. I thought, well, these are great ideas. Let me just use the ideas. Well, I read through that book in 3 days, The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, but it didn't sink in apparently because I didn't catch that basic fundamental thing. How about number two, models limit my freedom? No, models set you free. Models set you free because you don't have to put so much effort into trying to figure things out. You take somebody else's model and you implement it. It's kind of like building an airplane model. If I have the instructions, because I did those as a kid, I still have one behind me I need to build. If you follow the instructions, you follow the model, it comes out looking great. If you just get a bunch of pieces dumped in front of you and a tube of glue and you are told go ahead, I mean, you might have the wings on backwards. Follow the model, it makes your life easier. Number 3, models are just opinions. Well, maybe, but not these models. Models are based on the experiences and success of others. If you implement them properly, they're going to deliver predictable outcomes. We know that if you lead generate 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, there is a predictable outcome. That's why we preach about it all the time. Number 4, the model won't work for me. The model will work for you. It has predictable results. Now, might you have to change things in different markets? Absolutely. You may have to do things a little different in Florida than I do in South Carolina. That doesn't mean that the base model isn't great. It just means you have to be open to possibly tweaking it a little bit. And that's where the creativity comes in. How about number 5? I don't need to change. I'm getting the results I want. Well, if you don't want to grow, that's fine. But I think all of us want to grow. All of us want to be better. And so as you grow, you're going to want better and better models, and they exist. So keep looking for the better models, keep implementing, keep growing. All right, let's go to page 2.5. And let's think like a millionaire real estate agent. There's 9 ways that a millionaire real estate agent thinks. And 2 of these are absolutely foundational, and 3 of them, it used to be 2, now it's 3. 3 of them are absolutely foundational, and 6 of them are supportive. Let's talk about the different ways a millionaire real estate agent thinks. And by the way, when I'm talking about how an agent thinks, we're really talking about mindset, okay? Mindset is absolutely the most important thing that we're going to discuss today. And I know I told you models are important. Yes, they're important, but if you don't have the right mindset, you're not going to do anything. Mindset is the key. And I don't care if I'm teaching internet lead generation, mindset is always the #1 topic in any class I teach. If you don't have the right mindset, you're not going to do the activities, and you're certainly not going to get the results. So we're going to talk about each of these in depth over the next few slides. Let's just cover them real quick. #1 is think powered by a big why. You have to have a big why to power your thinking, a big why, a big reason for doing things. #2 is thinking big goals and big models. Gary says this, you need to think big, act bold, live large, okay? You've got to think big and aim high. I forgot aim high. Gary would shoot me if I forgot to tell you aim high. So make sure, think big, aim high, act bold, live large. We don't want to think small. #3 is think value and customer service and experience. Think value and customer service and experience. We want to make sure that people see the value in us. I get questions from agents all the time about commission issues. I just can't get people to give me X% commission. Well, that's because they don't see the value in you. Price is only a question in the absence of value. Why do people pay ridiculous prices? In my opinion, I'm not knocking it. Why do people pay such high prices for Gucci belts? My belt is from Costco, okay? It was $20. Why would I pay that much? Now, again, I'm not knocking it. I don't see the value in a Gucci belt. Whereas my son, if it says Gucci on it, he's like, oh, we got to wear the Gucci. Okay, my belt's $20. It's from Costco. It works perfectly fine. Price is only a question in the absence of value. Remember that. Then we get to the supportive ways we think. So think competitively and strategically. We've got to think competitively. It's like a game. It's like a sport. How are we going to win? #5, think action and accountability. Without action, there is no result. Remember that. If you never take an action, you will never get a result, good or bad. Number 6 is think talent, systems, and standards. We have to think talent at some point. Think knowledge and skills. You've got to have the right knowledge and skills to move forward. Number 8 is think persistence and resilience. We've got to stay in the game. You've got to be persistent. You've got to be like that Chihuahua, hanging on the ankle and never giving up, no matter how hard somebody tries to shake them off. And number 9 is think profit. If you don't think profit, why think at all? Why be in business? If you want to run a nonprofit, that's perfectly fine and admirable, but that's not why you're in real estate. I would hazard a guess. You're in real estate to make a profit. So let's turn to 2.7 and let's look into these a little more in depth. Think powered by a big why. Again, page 2.7. Think about your big why. What drives you? Excuse me. People have a lot of whys. People have a lot of reasons for doing things. A lot of little whys often add up to a big why. So think big. What's the biggest thing that drives you? What's the number one thing that pushes you? I'll tell you what my big why is, and my big why has changed over the years. And honestly, I thought I had it down until about 4 years ago. I thought I had it, and then it hit me as I was driving through downtown Greenville one day. It hit me that my big why was slightly off. My big why is to provide experiences for my family. That is my absolute biggest why. If I can, do things for my son, if he can have experiences, if he can enjoy things, if he can see things, that's huge for me. Because we can buy all kinds of trinkets and gadgets, but going out there and experiencing life, seeing the Grand Canyon for yourself, being able to go to London, those kind of things are huge. So that's my big why. Why do I sell real estate? So I can provide experiences for my family. That drives me, that pushes me. Okay. Your big why today might not be that. Your big why today might be to take control of your business finances. Okay. That might be a big why. Your big why might be to get out of debt. That was a huge driving force for me, a huge one. Okay. Maybe your big why is to save for your child's education or save for a family vacation. There's no wrong answer. If you say, well, my big why is to save for a trip to Maui, great. That's awesome. If that's what drives you, then use it. Patricia said, right now, my biggest why is my son. Absolutely. I want to be able to spend time with him and watch him grow up. Blessed to be in a career that allows you that opportunity. Yes, me too. High five. That's one reason why I absolutely love what I do. So write down your big why on this page. Write down what it is. And again, remember, you don't have to have a right answer right now. If you realize a month from now, or like me, 4 years from now, that your big why isn't quite right, that's okay. You have something that's driving you now. Write down your big why. Take just a minute and do that. All right, let's move on to page 2.9. Page 2.9. This is think big goals and big models. Most great achievements in life are the result of thinking big and aiming high. Like the Wright brothers, they were the first people to attain powered flight. I'm a pilot. Wright brothers are some of my heroes. They literally aimed high. They aimed at the sky. Small goals tend to place limits on our potential. Let me say that again. Small goals tend to place limits on our potential. There we go. We tend to slow down once our goals are within reach. Small goals, by definition, are almost always within reach. So we end up achieving them quickly, but we never get a chance to build up a head of steam. When we pursue larger, ambitious goals, or big goals, as we like to call them, we have the chance to build up so much momentum that it actually carries us right past those small goals on the way to higher goals. Yeah, Bill's semi-preaching today. Yes. I will preach. I'm very passionate about this, by the way, if you can't tell. Models will set you free. Yes, they will.
I'm laughing on mute. It's awesome.
I like that. I can really put some, I can channel my inner Martin Luther King Jr. and I can give it, I mean, an awesome dialogue. Models will absolutely set you free. So think of big goals that are going to stretch you like a rubber band, okay? Big goals that'll stretch you like a rubber band. They're going to stretch right up to the breaking point. It's okay if you set a big goal and it forces you outside your comfort zone. In fact, that's what you want. You want to be outside your comfort zone doing this. So let's think about an example of climbing a mountain. This is in your book, okay? Let's say your goal is to climb Mount Whitney in California. And Mount Whitney has an elevation of 14,494 feet. That's really high. That's almost 3 miles high. That's like it's over 2.5 miles high. So if your goal is to climb Mount Whitney in California, why don't you set your target as climbing Mount Everest? Well, Mount Everest is 29,028 feet. That's over twice as high as Mount Whitney, 29,028 feet. If you set Mount Everest as your target, then you ensure that you know all of the systems and skills necessary to easily pull you through your climb at Mount Whitney. Does that make sense? I mean, if you're getting your systems and skills ready to climb Mount Everest, you're easily going to climb Mount Whitney. That's not going to be a question. And here's the truth. If you climb Mount Everest and only get halfway up the mountain, you're going to be in the 0.1% of the highest mountains in the world. 0.1%. If you only get halfway up Mount Everest. In fact, if you get to the Mount Everest base camp, which is 17,500 feet, you'll still be 3,000 feet higher than any mountain peak in the United States. So set big goals, set your target high. Most of the time, agents set goals that are too low. Let me tell you my example of that. My first full year at Keller Williams Realty, I didn't really know a lot. You know, I thought I did, but I was starting to realize I was still very ignorant. And I was setting goals like a good little agent. And my team lead, I went to my team leader and I said, I don't know what kind of production goal to set for my first year. And he said, well, a good goal for a first year agent is to cap. Okay, well, our cap it's $23,000, still is, obviously. Excuse me. And to hit that, you have to do about 2.2 million in transactions. So I set that as my goal. And in October, I capped. Now I reset December 1st. So that was my goal for the year. So I actually started in January keeping track, but I capped in October. And so I stopped working because I hit my goal. I think between then and the end of the year, I closed one more transaction. Well, you see the obvious problem with that. I hit my goal, and so I had no more motivation, right? I should have set the goal at like 3.5 million instead of 2.2 million because I had an entire quarter left to work. And if I didn't quite hit 3.5 million and I only hit 3, that would have been pretty cool for my first year in real estate. So just had an example, do that with singing. I try to sing high pitch to break glasses and it makes the lower scale easier. That's a good idea. I actually do a lot of singing. I do musicals with local theater. Maybe I should try that. I don't think I'll ever break a glass though. I am definitely nowhere close to that octave. I love it. All right. So remember, set big goals. Look at page 2.9. I want you to write down some goals. And what I want you to do is write down a someday goal. What is your someday goal? What is a huge goal? Huge goal. Maybe you want to net $1 million, okay, in a year. That could be a huge goal. So put that down as your someday goal. And then once you have a someday goal, write down a 5-year goal. Maybe in order to net $1 million in 5 years, you need to gross $1 million. That means before expenses, you got $1 million in commission income. And then what's your 1-year goal? Well, maybe your 1-year goal is to implement the MREA models. What about your monthly goal, your weekly goal, your daily goal? What do you have to do right now? I know what your right now goal is. Pay attention to Bill, right? That's a good goal. Do that for another couple hours and you'll be fine. This exercise, it's a simple exercise, but it makes you think. If you want to achieve something big, what do you need to do right now? What do you need to do this week? What do you need to do this month? If you get sidetracked and you don't do it, you just put your someday goal off by another day. Once you're done with that, turn to page 2.11, 211. All right, let's think action and accountability. This is the 5th model in the book. If you read The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, it is model number 5. However, it is one of the foundational models. So it is the 3rd one you're seeing, even though it's model number 5. That makes sense. So once you've set your goals, it's time to take action. I mentioned it before. You will never have a result if you don't take an action. Never. If you sit here and just stare at your computer, nothing will ever get done. Now, some people tell me, well, that means I won't screw up. That is true. You will never screw up if you don't take action. However, you will never succeed if you don't take action. There's, a flip side to that. So think about this. Since taking action requires maintaining focus over time, how good are you? This is just answer yourself to yourself. How good are you at maintaining your focus? Especially over a long period of time. I'm a high D personality. I am not good at maintaining my focus. I have to work on it because I will find 49 things to do in a day that try to take me away from what I'm doing. Yeah, Kevin said squirrel. Exactly. I am a big squirrel guy. Everybody has limits on their ability to focus because it just happens. We're easily distracted as human beings. So you have to acknowledge the limits of your ability to focus because it's important to know that it allows you to choose carefully what you need to focus on, and then you can maintain that focus at a high level. One of the best ways to do that is to bring some accountability into your business life. And yes, we're talking about an accountability partner, a coach, team leader, productivity coach. There's a lot of different forms of accountability. So if you see on page 211, there's some statistics here. They're very powerful statistics. Individuals with written goals are 42.1% more likely to achieve them. 42.1%. Individuals with accountability are 77.6% more likely to achieve them. So if you have accountability and you have, let's say you have written goals and you have accountability to those written goals, you are 77.6% more likely to achieve those goals. That's pretty darn good. If you could go to Vegas with those odds of success, you should be going all day long. So this is where accountability comes in. If you look at your page, there's an accountability feedback loop. You set your goal, you do the activity, you measure your result, see how you did, in other words, evaluate the process. And now you know what your results were, evaluate it. What went well, what didn't. In Scouts, I'm a scout leader. We call that the, I just lost it. the stop, go, continue. No, stop. I just forgot it. Well, and I have to do it this weekend too, darn it. Anyway, we look at what we did, we evaluate it, we decide what we should keep doing, what we should stop doing, and what we should change. That's it. Stop, change, continue report. And then once we decide that, we make adjustments. When we make those adjustments, then we start back at the top and we set our goals again. So this is a continuous loop that we go through all the time. The more often you go through this process, the better you are going to be at maintaining your focus. So just keep going through the process over and over. All right, go to page 213. Keller Williams actually provides you with a couple different tools to help you with your accountability and help you stay focused. We have the 411, which we'll talk about a lot today. And we have command apps and tools. We have a lot in command that helps us. Okay, the 411, let me switch slides, there you go. The 411 stands for 4 weeks, 1 month, 1 year. So you can see that you have your annual goals written down, you have your monthly goals written down, your weekly goals. The monthly goals should be, what do you need to do this month to hit your annual goals? And then your weekly goals are, what do I need to do this week to hit my monthly goals? Does that make sense? So you're doing things this week that are going to help you hit your monthly goals. And when you hit your monthly goals, you're going to hit your annual goals. It just builds up, literally builds up from the bottom up. This is not a to-do list. This is a have-to-do list. Okay, you're not putting everything on here. You're putting the important things on here, your big rocks. You're putting the things you have to do. It's designed to help you with both long-term goals, with the results, and your short-range goals, which are your activities to get those results. Now, the 411 is not designed to be a self-managing list. This is not something that's designed for you to use by yourself. Most successful agents use a 411 in some kind of consulting relationship to help keep them on track. So again, find an accountability partner. Find someone across the country in another market center who wants to be your accountability partner if you can't find anyone local. It's actually kind of fun to get to know people at different market centers. Also remember this, what you set in motion today with your 411 may not take fruition. You may not see results from it for a long time. There's no quick solutions. It takes implementing a system, or it takes a long time sometimes to implement a system and to actually see results from it. So we're going to build a 411 today. You actually have this tool in the back of your book, and you can print out as many as you want. You can also find it on KW Connect under the resources, and it says at the bottom of your page where you can find it if you just do a search. If you go to page 215, you can see the action goal worksheet. This version can actually help you track your job goals, your business goals, your financial goals, your personal goals. So now you can actually break down more than just one set of goals. You can put down a bunch of goals on here. It's the same thing as the other 411. It just allows you to kind of split apart your different goals. By the way, we're going to take a break here very soon. It's almost 10 o'clock. So let's go to page 217. Talk about command. At Keller Williams, we believe technology simplifies our life. Now, I know sometimes when they implement some new technology, it may not feel like it's simplifying things. I certainly have been very outspoken about certain things in command ever since it was first implemented. Not in a, I'm just complaining to complain type of way. I just have been an advocate for getting things set up in ways that made sense for us as real estate agents. But we believe that technology at Keller Williams simplifies our life and it helps our businesses grow. So understand this, command is driven by artificial intelligence, and that artificial intelligence helps you, it has its own models in it that helps you grow your business. If you're not using command already, make sure you use it. It's a great tool. There are lots of videos available. You can go to the training applet on command, and you can find all kinds of training information for the subject you want. You can click on the question mark in command, and it'll help you out there with different sections. There's a lot of things you can do there. As it says on page 217, you can command your database, your transactions, your marketing, your consumer experience, command your day, and you can command your referral business. I love the referral part of command. That was one of the first things to come out, and I've had a lot of success with the referral part. All right. Let's go to, let's see. Yeah, let's finish up this section, then we'll take our break. Go to page 219. And let's talk about the foundational model of the millionaire real estate agent. So this is the famous 3L model of the millionaire real estate agent: leads, listings, and leverage. If you notice, leads is the bottom. Leads is the foundation of this triangle, because leads are the foundation of your business. Without leads, you are not going to have a business that gets you where you want. You know, if you want to grow a business to a certain size, there's a certain number of leads that will get you there. It's simple math. I mean, it's just a numbers game. Let's not make it any more complicated than it is. The complicated part is getting those leads, right? I mean, I can tell you all day long, well, if you have 1,000 leads, you're going to have a great business. But how do you get those 1,000? We'll talk about that. So to succeed in real estate, you have to have client leads. We want you to focus on seller listings, because listings are, as they say in the book, the gift of the real estate gods. They are the maximum earning opportunity in our industry, and they allow us to leverage ourselves. They are a high leverage, maximum earning opportunity. Listings, you can hold a lot more listings than you can buyers. We all know, unless you haven't worked with buyers or listings yet, we all know that listings take a lot less time than buyers. Because with buyers, you have to put them in the car, go show them property. Maybe they like them, maybe they don't. If they don't, you got to show them some more properties, so on and so forth. With listings, you have a good consultation, you put it on the market, your marketing should do the work for you, and you're off getting the next listing. At one point, with myself and an assistant, we were holding 40 listings at one point, and we were not overstressed, okay? So you can have a lot of listings and leverage yourself. If I had 40 buyers, I would be dead. Okay, I would have had a heart attack, and that wouldn't have, helped anyone. What about leverage? Leverage is time versus money. Leverage comes from people, systems, and tools. So we can leverage ourselves with systems, we can leverage ourselves with tools, and we can leverage ourselves with people. The question we're asking here is, who will do it, how will they do it, and what will they do it with? Okay, who will do it, how will they do it, and what will they do it with? And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Excuse me. What about a business plan built on models? Goodness. So number 4, a business plan is an annual roadmap detailing your business's future objectives and directions for achieving them. We want to have a business plan that's built on models. That's the 4th item. Look at this. There's 7 questions at the bottom of your page. Answer this. Answer the 7. Will a business plan help you achieve the money you need for your lifestyle? Will a business plan tell you how many appointments you need to attend? Will a business plan help you control your business expenses? Answer those questions really quick. There's 7 of them.
Which
Just
page?
yes or no. 219. Elvis says you want 85% listings, 5% buyers, 5% leasing. Kevin is 100% leasing. There you go.
Negative 100%.
Oh, negative 100%. That would be me then. Every once in a while, I do a commercial lease. That is very rare for me. I don't do a lot of them.
I do sometimes it's
Anthony-
seasonal because it could turn into a good condo purchase, but
Oh yeah. I'm working on a subway right now, so I might be I might turn into a lease guy with this property. It's got 6 units in it. The subway is the main part of it. So the answer to all 7 of those, just in case you were wondering, is yes. So business plans will help you with all of those items. And definitely number 7, save you time. Business plans will absolutely help save you time. Let's look at the 5 fundamental models and 1 system on page 221. So there's 5 fundamental models, and these are going to be the building blocks of your business plan. These are the 5 models that we are going to talk about in great detail today. Well, I misspoke. We're going to talk about 4 of them in great detail, and we're going to mention the 5th one. Because again, the training for expansion systems is completely different, and a lot of you will never want to expand, so why bother doing it in this class? You can take a special class for that. So the economic model. Economic model is designed to help you achieve the amount of income you desire, and net income, like after expenses. It's pre-tax. We're not talking about taxes in here, but help you achieve the net income you desire. Your lead generation model shows you where your money comes from, and you are going to learn you have to generate a certain number of leads. Your budget model says, where does your money go? Okay, you spend a certain amount of money in specific areas to help those efforts, to help your business. Your organizational model shows when and who to hire. Who are you going to hire and when are you going to hire them? And then the expansion model, if you choose to go that route, shows you when to expand. Okay? So these are the 5 fundamental models, and we are going to dive into 4 of them quite deeply. So page 223, let's talk about some ahas. So far, we've talked about using models before creativity. We've talked about breakthroughs, when you can break through those ceilings of achievement. We talked about the way millionaires think, big why, big goals, accountability. We talked about the 3 L's, leads, listings, leverage. We gave you a little intro to the business plan and an intro to the 5 fundamental models of the MREA. So if you haven't been in a Keller Williams class before, which I'm sure all of you have at some point, ahas are a very important part of the class. They help you kind of think back, what did you learn? What did you learn that you've never known, or what was brought up to you that you did know that is, something that you think is important, or what, what just popped out in your mind. So I want to get 3 ahas real quick, and you can write your own ahas down on the blanks on the page. Give me 3 ahas. You can either unmute or you can just type them in the chat box. Only 3. Number 1 is listing is king. Absolutely. Got that in the chat box. Listings are king. I love them. The 411 can't be done alone. And something you did often. Yes, the 411, it's not designed to be used just by yourself. It's designed to be used in an accountability relationship. And a lot of people think when I say accountability, I mean go out and pay money for a coach. That's not necessarily the case. Even an accountability partner can be very powerful with that. And accountability partners are free. And you might have to buy them a cup of coffee, I guess, but that's about it. Where's my 3rd one? I got 2 right away. You never have a result if you don't take action. Absolutely. That's one of my sayings, by the way. The accountability relationship, you have time to have a more expanded scope of it. Absolutely. The big goal, to break down to small ones and it doesn't scare you that much. Yes, break your big goals down into small steps. 5 fundamental models and how it's distributed. That's a good aha. Get an accountability partner, and the 411 is not a to-do list. Yes, it is a have to do list. Very good. Don't think that you're smarter than a model. Yes, that is absolutely true. All right, let's take 10 minutes. It's 10:05 now. Take 10 minutes, go stretch your legs. We'll be back at 10:15. All right, it's 10:15. Let's get back to it. $10.15. Let's go. Everyone be good and turn your cameras back on so I can see your smiling faces. I've got one, thank you. There we go. I see y'all popping back on now. That's awesome. I'm telling you, after teaching Zoom classes now for several months, I really feel like I'm talking to myself for hours. It's just a weird feeling. You get a little bit of feedback from people, but you know, when you're in classrooms with folks, you can walk around, you can talk, you can get easy interactions. It's a lot different this way. All right, let's look at section 3, which is our economic model. We're going to jump into our first real model. And this is where this really sets the stage for all the other economic models. This is the first one. Every single business runs on an economic model. It's really the engine for every economic model, or for every business. It's the engine for every business. The Mrea economic model is the first of the foundational models, and it really encapsulates all the other models. It encapsulates the lead generation model, the budget model, the organizational model, and even the expansion model. It describes how your business works. So that's why we do it first. This is really where we get the numbers that will plug into other things throughout the day that will help us set our entire business plan in motion. So the economic model can be used in two distinct ways. It can be a statement of where you are right now, and it can be a pro forma, which is a projection of where you want to be in the future. And when you have a pro forma, you can use that as a guide to decision making. It incorporates your goals and it incorporates your accountability. So Gary Keller says this: in my mind, the economic model is how money flows in your business, and a pro forma is you picking your profit and showing all the numbers you must hit to make that profit. If you choose your profit in your economic model, then theoretically at that point they're the same. Your economic model just became your pro forma. And again, don't let the word pro forma throw you off. I'm going to use it a few times today. That just means a projection of where you want to go. Okay, that's a pro forma. So there are some benefits to the economic model. First of all, it reveals how many units you need, how many appointments you need. It reveals your conversion rates. It's not just about outcomes. It's not just about outcomes. So you're going to be able to measure a lot of things through your economic model, especially when you look at where you actually are in the year as you go along. This helps identify areas for improvement. Maybe you need to identify or improve your scripts. Maybe you need to identify. I swear, I need caffeine this morning. Maybe you need to improve your conversions, is what I was trying to say. So you can look at your economic model, decide where you need to improve. The economic model allows you to master your business. It helps keep you thinking about your business from a profit first perspective. We should always be thinking profit. It helps keep your budget model in line, which is going to be huge when we get to the budget. It provides a benchmark to hold your team accountable to, which is going to be big when we talk about the organizational model. And it allows you to gain insight into your economic decisions before you make them. Are you going to have that amount of money? Can you do that thing, that's going to cost a certain amount? This looks like a lot of math. I don't want to push you away with it. Please don't freak out when you see this. It's on page 3.1. Don't freak out when you see this. It is easy to do if you follow some simple directions. And I will make sure that you have those simple directions down. So on page 3.1, you can see the typical economic model for a millionaire real estate agent. This is an agent that nets $1 million. And you can see the net income is at the very top. Net income, you've got your operating expenses, your cost of sale, your total gross commission income. We'll talk about what each of those terms mean. Your average commission amount and the units sold, and then you get into some math. Now, put a pin in that, so to speak, and let's come back to it in a minute. Go to page 3.3. Come on. Okay, so your economic model is a basic framework for how the investments you make in your business and your performance interact with each other. Okay, and they're going to provide you with financial outcomes. So if you look at the little diagram on your page or on the screen, you can see that your performance includes your behavior, your skill level, your ability, your resources. Okay, what kind of leads do you have? The appointments, your talent, your systems, your tools, all your resources. Your investments are time, your cost of sale, and your operating expenses. Those are the two things that you're spending money on. Are we following the page in the book? I got on chat. Yes, we are following the page in the book. We're on page 3.3. And the outcomes. Your outcome is going to be your gross commission income, and you're going to get net income. So it's as simple as that. Go to page 3.5. Let's talk about the elements of the economic model. Okay, these are the elements that go into what you just saw a couple slides ago or a couple pages ago. One element of the economic model is 30-30-40, and that represents the budget model and your profit and loss of the business. Okay, 30-30-40. 30-30-40 stands for this. Your operating expenses are approximately 30%, your cost of sales are approximately 30%, and that leaves you with 40% net income. Now, a lot of people look at this and they say, holy cow, I'm only taking home 40% of the net income, or 40% of the gross income. Yeah, you're only bringing home 40%. However, if that 40% equals $1 million, do you mind spending 60% of what you make to walk away with $1 million? No. There is a lot of expenses in the millionaire real estate business, and we're going to break those down. So this simple formula that we're looking at shows you where your money comes from, where it goes, and how much is left over at the end of the day. We're going to focus on profit. We're focusing on net profit. Let's define a couple things here. GCI, gross commission income. Okay, before I start, Kevin said that's for a solo agent, correct? This is for a millionaire real estate agent. We're talking about the model, so this is a team. This is a big team of people, okay? For a solo agent, your numbers are going to be a lot less because you won't have a big cost to sell. You probably won't have as much as far as operating expenses. So your number will be higher. And we'll talk about that. It's a good question. So gross commission income. This is the total amount of revenue from all your transactions, total revenue. So if you sell a home, and if I use commissions today, I'm only using them for examples. I'm not setting a commission rate or anything like that, obviously, since we're from two different brokerages. Let's say that I sell a home for $300,000 and the commission that I earn is 3%. The gross commission income for that sale is $9,000. Okay, that's the GCI. Does that make sense? This means yes, this means no, or this means yes. Okay, so that's gross commission income. Operating expenses. Operating expenses are all of the costs of doing business that include marketing, rent, salaries, equipment, supplies, advertising, everything that happens whether you sell zero houses or 1 million houses. This is everything you pay that's not dependent on a transaction happening. You'll see what I mean in a minute. So my assistant, she gets a salary. Whether I sell a house or not this month, I pay my assistant a salary. That is one of my operating expenses. Does that make sense? So whether I sell a house or not, she gets a check. Of course, if I don't sell enough houses for a long period of time, she's not getting a check, she's getting a pink slip. So I have to make sure that I'm hitting my goals. The cost of sales is the amount of money that's related to the cost of making the sales. So any amount of money that you spend because a sale happens is a cost of sale. Let me break that down and make it easy to understand. For my example, I sold a $300,000 house. I got a $9,000 commission. So I pay, and I'm not capped at my market center. Let's just pretend. So I have to pay my market center a split, right? I pay them a 30% split. I pay Keller Williams International 6%. So that's a cost of sale. If I didn't sell anything, I wouldn't be spending that money. Does that make sense? This is a very important concept. I see one person nodding. For those of you who don't have your cameras on, I have no idea. I got a thumbs up. Okay. So if a buyer's agent on your team sells that property and you have a 50-50 split, now your cost of sale is 50% of the commission because you paid that buyer's agent 50%. Does that make sense? And with my team, my assistant gets a bonus every time we sell a property. So if she gets a bonus when I sell a property, that's a cost of sale because a transaction happened. So the amount paid to a listing specialist, the commission split paid to a buyer specialist, any referral fees, royalty fees, the split with your company, these are all costs of sales. And that's why I said to Kevin's question earlier, if you're a solo agent, your cost of sale is going to be a lot lower because you're not splitting with a buyer's agent. We're talking about with the example in your book, this is a millionaire real estate agent team. Their cost of sale is $750,000 a year because they're paying a lot to buyer's agents. That's the big difference. And we'll talk about that even more in just a minute. All right, net income. Net income is what is left over before taxes. We are not going to talk about taxes in here. Taxes can be as much as a third of what your net income is. So talk to your accountant about taxes. So the first formula that we work with begins with GCI, begins with gross commission income. This is really how many businesses think of cash flow, okay? Traditionally, business owners use an economic model to predict how their current habits, their skills, and their investments will manifest into net income. So if you look at cash flow at number 3 on your page, on page 3.5 again, you can see, and I'll put it on the screen now that we're done talking about that. You can see how GCI starts at the top. You split your GCI into the GCI from listing sales and from buyer sales. Now, the formula for the millionaire real estate agent says it's split 50-50. Then you have your listing cost of sale, that's COS, and you have your buyer cost of sale, that's COS again. Notice the listing cost of sale is $125,000. That is the fee that they pay the listing specialist. We're talking probably one listing specialist, maybe 2. The buyer cost of sale is a lot higher because you're usually in the formula, you have a 50-50 split with your buyer's agent, okay? So you're spending a lot more for buyer closings. That total is $750,000 for cost of sales, and the model shows that you're going to have $750,000 in operating expenses. If you take 2.5 million, which is your GCI at the very top, subtract 750,000, subtract another 750,000, you're going to end up with $1 million in net income. That's where it comes from. So this is how you net $1 million. If you read The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, the chapter called Net $1 Million, this is it right here. Net $1 million. All right, so you were asked on page 1.1 to write down what you need to maintain your lifestyle and get out of debt. And then on page 2.9, we talked about your someday goals. This model works for your someday goals. It works for the amount you need to maintain your lifestyle and get out of debt. So think about what your net income goal is. We're planning for 2021. What is your net income goal? Write that down. Where you see, I'll just leave it on this slide. Where you see it in the middle of the page on 3.5, write down your net income goal. What do you want to net next year?
Now,
Okay.
I know this is like different people think different things. Net income is going to be after taxes or before?
Okay, I want to make that distinction because I've said it twice now. Net income is before taxes. Okay. We are not talking about taxes in this class. That is a very important distinction. And thank you for asking. Net income is before taxes. That's between you and your CPA. And again, taxes are different. What you pay in taxes in Florida is different from what I pay in South Carolina. So put down your net income. What do you want to make? Now, take that number and divide it by 0.4. Divide it by 0.4. Everyone pull out their calculator on their phone. Take your net income, divide it by 0.4. And write that number down as your GCI, your total GCI. So go down a couple blanks and write down your total GCI. That is your net income divided by 0.4. Now, take your net income, or take your GCI again, the bottom blank. Take that number and multiply it times 0.3. So that number times 0.3. And that's going to give you your operating expenses and your cost of sale. It's going to be the same number. Now, if you don't have a team, as I said before, your actual numbers are going to be different. What we're doing is we're pretending that you're you're following the millionaire real estate agent formula. So actually, if you follow the formula, you'll end up with more net income at the end of the year, which is always a nice thing. All right, so make sure you have those four numbers on page 3.5, the ones in the middle of the page. You have your net income, your operating expenses, your cost of sales, and your total GCI.
Sorry, Coach, I have a question.
What's that?
I don't know why it's coming out this way. I've done it 3 times. I said my net, this is thinking big. I said 350,000 is
Okay,
my net income, and then I divided it into 0.4.
divide it
Why-
by 0.4.
Divided by 0.4. Why is it coming out?
Multiply, don't divide.
Is multiply?
No, you should divide it by 0.4. So your gross commission income should be $875,000. So you take
That is
350,000.
correct?
Yes, it is correct. So you're going to divide by
Okay.
0.4. You should have a
Yes.
much bigger number.
Okay.
So it's 875,000.
Excellent, excellent. Okay.
Yep. And then take that 875,000, and this is where you multiply by 0.3. And so each of your expenses are going to be $262,500. You can write that in the blank for both operating expenses and cost of sales.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It's a big number. All right. So let's move on. And by the way, thank you for asking that question, because if you're confused, ask me now, because this model is going to be used for the entire rest of the class. So we want to make sure that you've got these numbers down right now.
Excuse me, Coach.
Yes.
After Okay, following the same model that uh, that you established, after we got the the listing on the buyer cost, which is 262,500, the next step for the listing or the buyer's COIS should be the
It's the
same
same
number,
number.
same numbers. And
Same
then
number.
if we minus them, it's gonna come to our 350,000.
That is correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
you're in that example, the net income is $350,000. Each of the expenses are 262,500, and then the gross commission income is the 800, I think 875,000, whatever it was. That's the one I don't remember now. All right, let's go to page 3.7. And remember, use your numbers. Don't use somebody else's numbers in that, because these are the numbers you're going to
no,
use for everything.
yes, I
Just
understand.
wanted to reiterate that. Just want to reiterate that. All right, go to page 3.7. Let's talk about the three drivers of the economic model. So there's three big important drivers, and these are listed at the top of page 3.7. Leads to appointments. Okay, generating leads and then converting those leads into appointments. That's really important. Is really, really important. Okay. We have appointments to signed agreements. This is another conversion. How many appointments do you go on that turn into signed agreements? You know, I list 91% of all listing appointments I go on. That's my number. I've been tracking it for years. During the shift, 2008 to 2012-ish, that was down as low as 40% at one point. And it was mostly because I was turning people down when they wouldn't list where they needed to. I wasn't taking a listing that wouldn't sell. And then agreements to close transactions, number 3. So how many listings or buyers how many houses do you list, or how many buyers do you list that actually turn into a closed transaction? Okay. So there's some conversion rates that we're looking at here. And later on in your business, as you look at your economic model, if you're not getting the numbers you need, you might need to work on improving your conversion rates. Because let's face it, if you generate the same number of leads and you convert more of those leads, you're going to make more money. You don't even have to generate more leads. You just have to convert more. It's just a matter of improving your scripts, improving your techniques, maybe improving your marketing, depending on what conversion we're talking about. But you work on your conversion rates. Now, in our class, unless you know your conversion rates, we're going to use just the averages throughout the industry. So if you look on the screen, you can see the average conversion rate for listing appointments to seller listings taken is 75%. The average conversion rate from seller listings taken to listings sold is 70%. And on the buyer's side, it's both 70%. If you don't, again, when we do this formula in just a moment, if you don't know your own personal numbers, just use these and then track yours for the next year. And when you do this at the end of next year, you can use your numbers, and you can actually make it a lot more accurate when you use your numbers. For example, when I do it, I put in 90% for my appointments to listings taken. And that's going to be obviously better than 75%. So I want to use my number. I want to be more accurate. All right, just making sure I didn't miss something important for you. I think that's pretty much it for this one. Okay. The only thing I would add to that is on your page, if you know your own conversion rates, you can write them in on the lines that are next to the bubbles on the page. So if you know that your listing appointment to seller listing taken conversion is 80%, write it on the line. Most people don't, so it's okay if you don't, and we'll just use the averages if you don't. All right, let's go to page 3.9. Now, on 3.9, I'm going to go through each of these calculations for a millionaire real estate agent, And I'm going to walk through it so that you can fill it out for yourself for your numbers. But what I want to do is show it to you first fairly quickly, and then we'll go back and do it together. So don't write anything down yet. Just follow along. Is that everybody in agreement? So for the economic model for a millionaire real estate agent, they start with $1 million net income. If you take 1 million divide by 0.4, you find that your total GCI is $2.5 million. If you take your total GCI times 30% or 0.3, your operating expenses and your cost of sale are $750,000 each. Okay. Now we're going to write in our average commission amount. If you don't know what your average commission amount is, here's the way you know it. If you know that your average price point is $200,000 and you on average get 3% commission, your average commission amount is $6,000. This is another number that you need to track for your business. My average commission amount right now, where did we get to? It's $6,500 for my average commission amount. So mine's a little lower than what the model is here. Our average price point though in Greenville is $2,400, $240,000, not $2,400. So we're still a little lower than most places. So what you do here is you're going to take your total GCI, which is $2,500,000. You're going to divide it by your average commission amount, which is $7,150 in this example, and you're going to get 350 units sold. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. And they added a new page to this, I think. Let me check. All right, that's later on. So just keep following me. We'll do this together in just 2 more pages. That's where they moved it. Now we're going to split this. And in the millionaire real estate agent model, they split it 50-50. If you do more sellers than buyers, if you know that for a fact, that's fine. I would recommend you just do this 50-50 like the model says. So on the seller side, we know 50% of the business comes from sellers. We take the 350 total units sold, divide it by 2. And we get 175 total seller listings sold. That's what we're going to get. Now, we have to divide that by our sold conversion rate, which in this case is 70%. So we're going to take 175 divided by 0.7. We're going to get 250. That means they need to take 250 seller listings. Now, if you're wondering about the numbers, they're flipped upside down from the last page. So 75% is our next conversion. I know 75 was on top on the other page. Just think about it flipped over. So now we're going to divide by 0.75, and we're going to get total seller appointments needed of 333. This is, sometimes it's a little hard to work the math, but it's not very difficult as long as you take it each step at a time. And remember to divide, when you're dividing by 70%, you're dividing by 0.7. That's the easy way to do it. If it's 75%, divide by 0.75. All right, same thing for the buyer side. I'm not gonna walk through each step because it's just literally doing the same thing, except that the conversions are both 70% on the buyer side. That means they need 357 total buyer appointments needed, which if you take that divided by 12, means they need 26 seller appointments per month or 7 per week. They need 26 buyer appointments per month or 7 per week. Actually, that I think is off by just a hair. That's from the old slide. They need to update that number. Now, here's the trick, and I'll tell you this in just a minute as well. I divide mine at the very bottom to find out how many I need per month. I divide by 10. Why do you think I divide by 10 instead of 12? There's 12 months in a year. Why do I divide by 10?
The amount of time
2 months
you're going to work in.
vacation.
You only
Okay, I
work
had-
10 months.
Yeah, that's the amount of
Vacation.
time I'm working. I think I heard that from both of you, right? Vacation time. Yeah. There's plenty of things that take me away. I teach holidays, absolutely. I like to take my time off. I take my personal time. So I'm only going to work 10 months out of the year. I'm taking 2 months off. Now I'm not taking it all together. That would be nice. Maybe I will someday. But I'm taking off a week here, 2 weeks there. Maybe I just want to take time to go teach and not worry about, business. So I divide by 10. That's just a trick I use, and I recommend you do it. Plus, here's the beauty of it. If I hit my goals after 10 months, everything else is gravy. So it's well worth it. Do you have any questions about the math and the math that I used on this?
I don't have any questions about it, but in previous years, the issue I run into is when I've had a lower amount of sales for the previous year, like I feel like it skews my numbers so much that I don't know what to do, when the conversions look so bad, or how much I should read into it all.
Well, there is something to be said for, reading into it. Sometimes you have to use those bad numbers, and then you're going to overperform if you use bad numbers. So if your conversion rates were lower last year and you put those into the formula, halfway through the year, you can reevaluate and you can see where you are. Hey, my conversions are 10% higher this year than last year. Great. If it were me, I would just leave it and I'd keep hitting those goals and be way above where I was going to be in the first place. But at least you can reevaluate. This
So
is a
just plug
living
it in
document.
and
This is
ignore
not
the
something that
monkey.
you want to just leave on your desk and not pay attention to. It's a living document, and you definitely want to reevaluate your conversion rates throughout the year. Don't just let it sit there. Were you saying something else?
No, I was just saying, like, maybe it's just kind of like a drunk monkey thing.
That could very well be. Let's kick that drunk monkey to the curb, right? All right, here's another example. I'm going to do this one very quickly. This is for somebody who's $500,000 real estate agent. So they want to bring home $500,000 in net income. So their total GCI is 1.2 million. They've got 375,000 each of their expenses. Their average commission is a little lower, so they need 182 units sold to hit their goal. In this case, they sell 40% on the seller side. There's 73%. They need 73 total listings sold. Their conversion rate 70, so they need 104 listings taken. However, they're better in this case with an 80% conversion rate than the average. So they only need 130 appointments total. They're doing 60% of their business on the buyer side. So they need 109 buyer listings that are sold. In other words, 109 buyers that buy a house. Their conversion rate's a little worse on this side. Getting buyers sold, it's 65%. They need 168 buyer listed, as we say it now, buyer listings. Their conversion rate is average for appointment conversions, so they need 240 total buyer appointments. So what this works out to is 11 listing appointments per month and 20 buyer appointments per month to hit their goal of $500,000 in net income. This example shows you just what you can get if you use real numbers, what your real numbers might be. And as I said, today, I'm just expecting you to do the averages if you don't really know. So go to page 3.13. Just leave this one up for now. 3.13. And let's talk about some traps with the economic model. So one trap is not understanding the power of the economic model. And not using it in two ways. Remember, you can use it to see where you are right now by plugging in your real numbers, where you are today, and you can use it as a pro forma to show where you want to go. Another trap is not using the economic model as a guide to decision making. It's a great guide. If you look at your numbers, you say, where do I need to improve? What should I do? Another trap is not looking at your business as a whole, not knowing or not improving your conversion rates. Always try to improve. The 90%, 91% for me has been kind of a, I don't know. I haven't been able to improve for a few years. And it'd be hard to improve over 91%. I keep trying. A lot of that is, I still turn down listings. If somebody's not being reasonable, if they won't work with me, I'll turn them down. Number 5, not holding yourself to your goals. Doesn't work. I mean, none of this works if you don't hold yourself to your goals. Not knowing how much lead generation is required. Well, we'll work on that with the lead generation model in just a little bit. And not using the economic model to create the other MREA models. I told you, this is the first one for a reason. We're going to use this to create the other models as we go today. Also, you can leverage technology. You can set your goals in Command. You can track your progress in Command. That's always nice. Opportunities, of course, is used because we have to with compliance, but opportunities is great because you can also see what's in your pipeline. I like looking at my opportunities tab. All right, so now we're going to do your MREA economic model. This is on page 315. You're going to do the math for your model. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back. Actually, you know what? I can just leave this one up. No, I'm not. I'm indecisive today. I want to put up the millionaire real estate one because it has the same conversion rates. So what you need to do is start by writing your net income goal. Write it in at the top. And the directions are at the top of the page, by the way. Then figure out what your GCI is. You should have that on the other page. You just divide it by 0.4. And then put down your operating expenses and your cost of sales. Again, that should be on the other page that you did on page 3.5. I told you to write it down there. You can just copy those in at the top. Write in your average commission amount. Now, for new agents there, what is the average commission amount for a new agent in your area? If people don't know what to put in, what would...
I would say around 10,000.
Okay, got 9,000 in the chat also. So, all right, let's use 9,000. I always like to be conservative on my numbers. So, use 9,000 and you're actually making 10,000 average, you're just going to make more money. So let's use 9,000. If you don't know what yours is, put 9,000. Again, if you do know what your numbers are, please put them in. Makes it much more accurate for you. So take your total GCI, divide it by your average commission amount, and find out how many units you need sold. If you don't know your split, like how many buyers versus how many sellers, just do 50-50. So take half of the number of total units sold and put it on the seller side, half on the buyer side. By the way, if you get a decimal point, I always like to go up to the next whole number. Again, push yourself to make another transaction. Remember your conversion rates. And when you're doing the conversions, you're working down. So divide by the conversion rate. So if it's 70%, divide by 0.7. 75%, divide by 0.75. Now, this page is intended to be where you are actually in your business right now. Most people don't bring those numbers, so that's why I'm having you just do your economic model for next year with it. Once you sit down by yourself, and I expect you to spend time on your business, not just in class today, but once we're done, it's good to fill out one of these as far as where you actually are. So for 2020, write down what you actually have right now when you have time to pull all that information up. Once you've got the seller side and the buyer side both filled out, take those numbers at the bottom and divide by either 12 or by 10, if you want to follow my tip, and see what you need to do per month. Give you another minute or two to finish it up. Is anybody doing this and they get to the bottom with the number of appointments they actually need and they realize, wow, that's a tiny number, especially per month? I see some smiles. This is where the coach in me is coming out now. If you get to the bottom and your number is like 1 appointment per month, heaven forbid, or maybe 2 appointments per month, then maybe you should, I don't know, double your goal. Yeah, exactly.
That reminds me of Rob Daniels, and then some.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you should double that goal, right? Maybe you should push yourself a little harder. Remember, Gary said, think big, aim high. Think big and aim high. Now, I don't expect a brand new agent to come in here and become a millionaire real estate agent in a year. On average, it takes about 5 years. If you work it, work it, work it, work it, work it. All right. Is anybody still working on it? Anybody need time? We good? All right. So if you look at page 317, this is the same thing. This is your pro forma. This is the one that you're actually supposed to do with the numbers we just did. You can use that blank one to put your actual numbers in later if you'd like. Remember, it's always good to have 2 of those models. One for where you actually are. You should do it every month. You should fill out one of those for where your business is right now. And then you should have the pro forma, which says, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Go to page 319. Let's build your 411. I want you to fill in your economic model goals for the year, your goals for the month, and for the first week. So under annual goals on your 411, put down net income of whatever you just said. Net income of $350,000. Net income of $250,000. Total units sold, write down the number that you just got from your model. Remember, total units sold is right there in the middle, at the bottom of the top column. Write down the number of listing appointments you need, number of buyer appointments you need. Take that from the very bottom. This is the annual number, not the monthly number. And then if you move to the monthly goals, fill in number of listing appointments and number of buyer appointments. Take that monthly number now and put it in there. And for weekly goals, put in listing appointments and buyer appointments you need this week. Now, I know I told you we're doing 2021's business plan. Let's just pretend this is the first week of January. What do you need the first week of January? So make sure you have your annual, your monthly, and your weekly goals from your economic model. And by the way, if you have this printed out, you can take this sheet and set it aside, this 411, because we're going to keep adding to it with each of the models. If you set it aside, it'll be easier than taking all 4 of them and putting them together later. All right, anybody need more time to write these goals down? Give about 1 more minute, you guys can finish up. All right, when you're done with that, turn to page 321. Let's talk about some ahas. So what did we talk about? We talked about the model that showed your performance, your investment, and your outcome. Those are the 3, well, the 2 circles and the oval between the 2 circles. We talked about the 30-30-40 element of the economic model. That means that you have 30% cost of sales, 30% operating expenses, and you get 40% net income. We talked about cash flow. We talked about 3 drivers of the economic model. We went through some conversion rates. We talked about the different points that you have conversions in the model, and then the rates. And then we actually talked about the model itself. We did the model. So what ahas do you guys have? Give me 3 good ahas. You can unmute, you can put them in chat, either way. Not everybody at once.
I mean, I'll say for me, it was what we talked about earlier, just plug in the numbers and stop worrying about stuff, because otherwise, when am I going to start tracking?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
What's another aha? That's good.
How low the number is listing appointments and buyers appointments per month.
Yeah, you do the model and you're like, holy cow, I can do more than that.
Right.
Absolutely. All right, what's another one?
Well, for me, will be that having the numbers already done before the beginning of the year allows you to be ahead of the game. So, and also, if you fall behind, you know where to tweak it, and you'll know where you're falling behind in order to meet your goal.
Yep, you're absolutely right. This is the best time of year to do it too, because a lot of us get tied up in December with holidays and things. Do it in November, the beginning of November, the best time to get your plan ready for 2021, because you can start, just hit the ground running. And like you said, if you get behind, you have the model, you can come back and see where you need to tweak it.
The one thing I want to add is the other times I've done the models like this, it's always good to also think about how many weeks of the year you're actually going to work, so that you're calculating you're spacing everything out correctly.
Yep, exactly. So like when I say divide by 10, that gives you 8 to 10 weeks off in the year. Gives you plenty of time there. And I saw somebody had their hand up. Go ahead. No. All right. So these are some great ahas. Write down yours if you have some in the book on page 321. What action steps do you need to take? Maybe jot a couple notes down under action steps. I understand that this section includes a lot of math. Don't let that throw you off. And as you probably saw, the math isn't that tough. Once you do it a couple times, it's going to become second nature. When I sit down with the new agent, I will literally draw a triangle on a piece of paper, just on a yellow pad, and I will do this model for them and show them how they can hit their goals and what their numbers will be. Because I've been doing this for so long, it just comes second nature to me. It'll come second nature to you pretty soon. All right. It's 11:06. We're about ready to start our next model, which is the lead generation model. This is an exciting one. It's always fun. Let's go ahead and take a short break. So let's take 8 minutes this time and come back at 11:14 or 11:15. It just changed.
Bill, I have a question.
Yes.
In the economic model, when I got a little thrown off, on the first part where you do the net income, all that, I figured that out, and then it gave me 78 total units needed to be sold, and then it splits into sell side, which is listing, and then buyer side, correct?
Yes.
On the seller side, I got stuck somewhere where total seller listing needed and sold conversion rate. Can you explain how to get that number?
Hold on, I need to see it in front of me. You were between seller listings needed and what?
Yeah, total units sold was, for me, was 78.
Okay.
Right on the top. So that pushes down to the seller side. It says buyers, seller listings sold percentage. So I put, we're in a hot market, so I put 80% of those listings will sell. Correct?
Okay.
Is that? And then total, that gave me a number of 63 seller listings sold.
Okay.
Out of the 78. Then percentage sold conversion rate. That's where I got thrown off.
That just use 70. You can use 70% there if you want.
Okay, 70%. And I divide that into the 63.
Take 63 divided by 0.7.
Okay. Give me a minute. Sorry about that. Okay. So that gives me a 90.
Okay.
On the lower number. So that's total seller listings needed. Now,
okay. Now divide it by your appointment and conversion rate, which is probably 75%. So take 90 divided by 0.75.
Give me a second. So divided by 75.75.
Yes.
So that would be 120. Is that correct?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep, no problem. All right, let's get back together and move forward. Or as I should say, onward, upward, forward.
Hey, Bill, I have a quick question.
Go for it.
So I've done this as an agent, right? And try and follow it as much as I can. So really I'm here today to best learn it, to have it translate into coaching and how to properly, I guess, show them when I work with them, because I'm in coaching now.
Yeah.
Would you recommend that I have my net income separate? So one for production and one specific for coaching? Since the
For
commission
that
share-
economic model, yes.
Okay.
For the budget model, you'll see that we're going to add it all together.
Okay,
So it'll be different for the different models.
perfect.
That's a very good question.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's jump in. The lead generation model. The lead generation model is the second of the 5 fundamental models, and it's the important first L of the 3 L's we talked about: leads, listings, and leverage. So embracing the benefits of the lead generation model means you're on your way to building a system for consistently generating leads and following up with them that will bring your business to the next level, and it's going to allow you to grow as big as you really desire. Remember when we said think big? Well, this is a model that scales as your database grows. So this model can grow as big as you can, and it can grow as big as you want. You're going to realize doing this that lead generation and your database are your business. That's it. Lead generation and your database are your business. The model addresses finding leads and then capturing and converting them over time to produce cash flow. So let's look at some definitions on page 4.1. Lead generation. Lead generation is capturing leads and putting them in your database. It's pretty simple, right? Without leads, you have no business. This happens through prospecting and marketing. Leads don't show up on the doorstep. It does take some effort. Heaven forbid we have to actually put effort into it. Consider how many databases your own contact information is in. You're in your grocery store, you're in probably the Amazon database, you're in utility companies database, airlines databases, you're in a bunch of them. In the new version of the Millionaire Real Estate Agent, there are no more METs and haven't METs. Those are terms from the previous Mrea classes and business planning clinics. People in your command database are now known as 2 things. Either you have leads. These are people who have shown some interest in the services you offer, but they haven't engaged in a 2-way conversation with you yet. And contacts. These are people with whom you've had a 2-way conversation and you've established a value-based relationship. Okay? So no more METs and haven't METs. We have leads and we have contacts. Every once in a while I slip up and I still say met and haven't met. So just roll with me on that, because I was teaching it that way for 9 years. And now I have leads and contacts. The key difference between the two, though, is whether you've had that conversation with them, a high-powered touch, a 2-way conversation with them, and you've established some kind of relationship. For example, the people in my subdivision that I haven't talked to yet, they are leads. They're all in because I farm my subdivision, and so they're all in my database as leads. Whereas the people that I've talked to one-on-one, they're in my database as contacts. That'd be an easy way to tell the difference. So when we look at our lead generation model, get to the next slide, we want to be prospecting-based, marketing enhanced. Prospecting-based, marketing enhanced. So let's talk about the differences between prospecting and marketing. The big difference is this, and there's a lot of ways you can look at it. Prospecting is a 2-way conversation and marketing is a 1-way conversation. Prospecting is more easily tracked because you're having direct feedback with somebody, whether you're having a face-to-face conversation, a text conversation, you're talking to them over the phone, you're having some kind of two-way conversation with them. So it's something that you can get feedback on right away. Prospecting, you get immediate results. It's very proactive, and prospecting is time intensive. So it takes time. Marketing, on the other hand, is one way. You're taking your message and you're sending it out through whatever marketing media you choose, whether you're sending postcards or you're doing an ad on Facebook. So marketing, again, one way. Excuse me, you don't get immediate feedback. It is money intensive. So you're going to spend money to get marketing. It is passive because you're not directly engaging with people. They have to actually read your message somewhere. They have to make some kind of effort to read it. They could get your postcard and throw it in the mail without, or throw it in the trash without reading it. And marketing is used for long-term results. That's why when agents come to me and they say they want to spend a bunch of money, when new agents come to me, I say, don't do that. Just pick up your phone, call people, go talk to people, have some one-on-one conversations. You're going to get more immediate results just by talking to people than you'll ever get from sending out a bunch of marketing material. It just doesn't work that way. That's why in the end, we recommend that you are prospecting based, marketing enhanced. Use your marketing to enhance your prospecting. For instance, maybe offer some kind of coupons or discounts to people and then follow that up with a phone call or even a personal email just to see if you can help push them over the edge. Or you can do vice versa. You can call or text them, and then once they respond to you, once they talk to you, once they respond to your text, then send them a marketing piece. Use the marketing to enhance your prospecting. And remember, marketing can be adjusted easily for costs. So if we have a real estate shift, which we know is currently happening, then you can easily drop your marketing to zero if you had to, or drop it lower so that you don't kill your budget. Whereas with prospecting, it doesn't cost you any money. So you can keep your prospecting, and you can even ramp it up if you need to. Some people prefer one over the other. I know a gentleman in Arizona who he sends out marketing material to 50,000 houses every month, and he closes 1,000 deals a year. He can afford that kind of budget. More power to him. And he has a very big team. So some people like marketing, but when you're at the level that I think most of you are at, you absolutely need to focus on prospecting. I focus on prospecting. That's my number one way to get business, and we enhance it with marketing. Usually our marketing is online ads. That's number one, online presence and ads, and postcards. We do a ton of postcards. So let's go to page 4.3. There's no slide for this because you wouldn't be able to read it anyway. 4.3 lists a bunch of different types of lead generation activities. You have activities that are prospecting, you have activities that are marketing, and you have activities that are both. This is a difference from what's in the MREA book right now, because they acknowledge that some activities are actually prospecting and marketing. So the MREA tells us that we have two jobs in real estate. We have lead generation and we have the job of getting listings. Those are the two jobs we have. Because let's face it, once you get listings, you're going to get buyers. A well-marketed listing should attract one or two good qualified buyers. Now, I have the question all the time, Bill, my listings go off the market within a day. I understand that. I have the same problem. And it's not a problem on one hand. On the other hand, you're not getting much opportunity to market to generate buyers. That ebbs and flows. The market will shift. And I mean, you'll get to the point where you may have an average time on the market of 120 days, which is what we had during the shift. Not desirable, but we sure could generate a lot of buyers with that. So once you completed the economic model, you know how many appointments you have to go on per week. You've got that number in front of you now. So the question you have to ask yourself is this: how do you get those appointments? How are you going to generate leads? And how many leads is it going to take to yield one appointment? This is what the lead generation model addresses. This is what we're going to get with this model. Also remember that lead generation is an ever-evolving list of ideas and methods. There's a lot of different practices that come up with lead generation. So your market, your preferences, your budget, your skill, and your goals will usually dictate the types and total number of sources inside each lead generation category that you're going to try. Please don't try too many. We're going to talk about that in just a minute, but don't try to implement too many types of lead generation. You will absolutely throttle your business if you try to focus on way too many things. Let's look at some of the combination activities. So if you look at the middle column on both, because the other ones are pretty self-explanatory. I mean, if you look at prospecting, they all make sense. Marketing makes sense. Let's look at the middle column. So farming. If you're doing farming, that's really a combination of both prospecting and marketing. Marketing, for example, my farm, I send out 2 postcards a month to my farm. I also do door-to-door delivery of calendars every year. I deliver things like flags for the 4th of July, little flags to put out in the yard. We've talked about next year, we're probably going to do a pumpkin delivery. So there's combinations of marketing and prospecting, because when you deliver the pumpkin, for example, you get to have the one-on-one conversation with people, and that makes it a combination of both. What about events? If you do an open house, that's really a combination of prospecting and marketing. You have to do the marketing for the open house, and then you get to prospect when people are at the open house. Your sphere, that's a combination. You're going to call your sphere, have great conversations with them, and you're going to send out marketing pieces to them. So there's a combination there as well. And then there might be a combination with purchased leads, whether you have referral networks, advertising networks, things like that. So we have a lot of different lead generation activities. We have both prospecting and marketing, and both. Go to page 4.5. And let's talk about the rule of 4. So the rule of 4 is updated annually by Keller Williams Research. It shows the top 82% of business comes from only 4 sources. Your top 82% on average comes from 4 sources. The top source generates the most, obviously, and then you're going to have a few that generate, other percentages of business for you. So what do you think the number 1 source is for agents? I'm just curious.
Sphere of influence.
Sphere of influence, that's a great guess. Yes, that is one of the top. What else? What other sources do you think?
Door knocking.
Prospecting.
So prospecting is just the broad generalization. We're talking about actual activities of prospecting. I heard door knocking, that's one. We got expired
Calling
listings.
expired.
Calling expires, Facebook, just sold, just listed, center of influence.
Now we got a ton of things. So you say calling expires, calling FISBOs, calling sphere of influence. I think I heard.
Yeah, that's what I mean by prospecting.
Okay, but what we're talking about is individual activities within prospecting. So the top sources of activities.
Calling expired listings.
Calling expireds, okay. So in 2017, the top sources were online advertising, sphere of influence, repeat business, referrals, and offline advertising like radio, direct mail, yard signs, all that thrown in for offline advertising. That doesn't mean they're the best sources for you. That's just the best sources that were found in 2017 by Keller Williams Research. When I did this activity back in 2010 for the first time, I was using way too many lead sources. We were doing expireds and FISBOs and open houses and door knocking, and I mean, the list went on and on. And what I found is that the majority of my business came from just a couple things. The majority of my business came from sphere of influence. It came from internet lead generation, and it came from agent to agent referrals. 3. I didn't even have a 4th. It was 3 by a long shot, blew everything else out of the water. So what I ended up doing, instead of focusing on all kinds of different techniques, I started focusing on those 3. And my business started growing quite a bit because I didn't take my time and money and just do the shotgun approach. You know, a shotgun, you load it up with buckshot, you fire it, and they go many different directions. I focused on those 3 things. Now, I've changed that a little over the last few years, well, last several years. And it's now my sphere of influence is still number 1. However, it's combined with social media. I am really, really, really big about social media. Facebook is my number 1 source of income. And I'm not talking about paid ads. I'm talking about interactions with people on Facebook that build up the top of mind influence for me, which means they think of me when they think of real estate. That is my number 1 source. So look at what you do. Can you narrow it down? Are you doing a lot of things that maybe you should just cut and focus on the ones that are bringing you the best results? Here's what you need to do first. You need to know where your business is coming from. In Command, you can select what the lead source is. Make sure to track all that. You know, where did the lead source come from? Did it come from expired calls? I don't do expired calls, but if I wasn't hitting my goals, guess what I would add back in? Expireds. Maybe your number 1 lead source is expireds. I have a friend here in Greenville. She kills expireds. She's absolutely awesome with them. So track where your leads come from. Because again, if you don't know where your lead comes from, then you don't know what your best lead source is. It's going to take work to truly understand where your business comes from. It's not something that you'll be able to figure out just overnight. So track your numbers, and after a year, look back, see where you're getting the most leads. Your first target audience, especially for new agents, should absolutely be your sphere. These are people that know you, they like you, they trust you. And more than likely, if you educate them a little bit, they will want to do business with you. Maximize your sphere first before you add any other lead sources, okay? Maximize your sphere first. Please, please, please think about that. And every year, just like you should do all of this every year, reevaluate your top lead sources. Look at your top 4, or in my case, 3, and just make sure that they're still bringing in what you need them to do. Because if they aren't, obviously you need to get rid of them. So on page 4.5, I want you to write down what are your top 4 lead sources. Just if you don't have the numbers in front of you, put down what you think you get the most leads from. What are your top 4? Go ahead and write them down. All right, let's go to page 4.7. Our lead generation efforts should always result in one of 3 things. When we're talking to people, when we're making any kind of contact, it should result in one of 3 things. It should result in either a referral, it should result in an appointment, or it should result in an opportunity to build the relationship. So if I call somebody and I have a great conversation with them and they don't want to buy or sell a home or invest in real estate, and they don't know anybody who wants to buy or sell a home or invest in real estate, I can still build the relationship and have a great conversation with them. And that also reminds them that if they run across somebody in the near future, that does want to do that, they can send them to me. Remember that every lead that you capture needs to go into your database. And that's what we're going to focus on now, is your database. Now, some people call this their data bank because you're going to get money out of your data bank. This is going to be where you cash in your business. It's going to be where you make the most cash, literally. So you can see, on the screen, the database model. So lead generation happens and you capture a lead. That's number one. And that comes in through prospecting and or marketing. Your lead goes into your database. And once the lead is entered into your database, you go into relationship management. So leads, remember, they're the people you haven't had the high touch conversation with yet, that you haven't had a two-way conversation with yet. So leads turn into contacts eventually when you form those relationships. And then the contacts, you want to continue to strengthen the relationship with them. This is why you put people in touch campaigns, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. Once you have talked to those contacts, if they come to the point where they're thinking of buying or selling a house, then you prepare those contacts for conversion. And that's where you're more interactive. That's when you're talking to them. You're offering them things based on their needs. Are they a buyer? Are they a seller? Are they both? Are they going into foreclosure? What is their exact need? And then once they're done with that, they go into the client and referral loop. So either they become a client or they become a referral, or maybe they refer you business. It's two different types of referrals. You might refer them to another agent, or they might send you a referral that wants to work with you. This is the database model. It's pretty simple. And the loop continues to loop back. You can see kind of the gray arrow that goes back to relationship management. Once people are in your database, they should stay there until you die or they die. I mean, it's as simple as that, until you get out of real estate. So on page, somebody have a question? I heard somebody unmute. All right, so let's go to page 4.9 and talk about some keys to success. So there's some keys to success with communication. You want to communicate with everybody in your database. And here's some things to think about. Quantity should be your goal, okay? In lieu of knowing the impact of your touches, go with high frequency. The more, the better. Quantity, quantity, quantity. Now that doesn't mean you shouldn't have quality. It just means you should try to do as many as you can. Touches need to be consistent over time. You can't just front end touches and expect the same level of mind share. You can't time the market either, and you can't time your contacts and your leads' need for help. In other words, if you get a lead, they might need help in 12 months. You don't know that, so you've got to be consistent with your communication to them. In fact, most internet leads buy or sell within 12 to 24 months. They don't do anything right away, most internet leads. Permission, okay, you've got to gain permission. Permission-based requires that you offer some kind of opt-in or opt-out. So people can always unsubscribe from your emails. They can opt out of your marketing if they want to, and that's fine. It happens every once in a while. I remember the first time somebody from my first farm called me and they said they wanted to stop getting mailers. I was heartbroken. Like, why don't you want to hear from me? I'm lovable. But I took them off the list and I told myself, well, there's $1 each month I don't have to spend, you know? So it wasn't that big a deal. So I want to explain something that's very important. When I say communicate with everyone in your database, and you'll see that in your book, you'll see it all over the place. It doesn't mean that you treat everybody equally. Not everyone gets equal communication. You're going to give you more, or you're going to give certain people more communication. For example, there are certain people that will give you more referrals than others. Well, I communicate with those people a lot more. Those are people I take out to lunch. Those are people that I check in on. If I have what I call my core advocate who is, feeding me a lot of leads, I'm taking care of them. Some people are in other businesses, and those are win-wins. If you can help them with referrals for their business and they can help you with referrals for your business. So I like to give them a lot of attention as well. And some people are past clients. It's much easier to keep and retain a past client and get referrals from a past client than it is from converting a new person. So be very good to your past clients. So these people are valuable to your business. They've got to be treated in a special way. Remember them. Don't just put them in a database and forget about them. Let's be kind to them. All right, let's see if I need anything else here. All right, bottom of page 4.9. We talked about grouping your database into your leads and your contacts. So before you set up your communication, plans to remain top of mind, in other words, to maintain that top of mind awareness, you need to further group your lead and contacts by similarities. They have common interests. They have any kind of common characteristics. Let me give you an example. I am a pilot. I don't remember if I said that or not today. So I have a lot of friends who are pilots, and I keep them separate in my database so that I can contact them about different things. You know, I'm not going to tell non-pilots about the TFR that's going to be over Greenville because the president is visiting. First of all, you don't know what a TFR is, and you don't care because it's not going to impact you. But I care because if I want to go flying and the TFR is in effect, the temporary flight restriction, then I can't go flying from Greenville. So there's certain things that I'm going to tell certain groups of people in my database. I have a lot of police officers in my database because of my previous job. In fact, that's the #1 group that we work with. So I communicate with police officers. We talk about a lot of different things. We have shooting tournaments. Well, not everyone in my database is interested in that kind of thing, but a lot of the police officers are. So we'll communicate with them about specific things that may not go out to the whole database. So just make sure that you set up tags in command so that you can split people off. You know what group people fall into, and you can send them specialized communication. It just makes your marketing, much more powerful when you can get it as specific as possible. Let's go to page 4.11, 411. Get the 411 on this. So we're going to communicate with everyone in our database, as I said, in some way, shape, or form, just not necessarily the same way. There's two different MREA touch campaigns. They say 3 because they put that one in the middle. But let's just talk about 2 campaigns, and then there's one high value touch that can change the relationship. So there's the 19 to connect, and there's the 36 to convert. The 19 to connect. All right, let me back up a minute. Some of you who've been with Keller Williams for a little while remember the 8x8 and the 36 touch, okay? Or it was a 33 touch, then it became a 36 touch. Now it's the 36 to convert. Sometimes I still get the connect and the convert flipped. So I have to remind myself it's 19 to connect, 36 to convert, okay? Well, the 8x8 and the 33 touch have been replaced by these 2 systems. The 19 to connect is similar to what the 8x8 did. And this is designed to open communication, to get the permissions to build a relationship. It's really also designed to close a deal, like maybe it'll be designed to close for an appointment. It creates top of mind awareness. So the 19 to connect builds that relationship. Now, 19 to connect means you're connecting with them or you're touching them 19 times a year. I mean, that's not rocket science, right? That includes 4 quarterly phone calls. Those are the most important touches. You can see on your page what it recommends for the 19 to connect. You don't have to do exactly what it says, but it recommends that. The one part I would not take out is the 4 quarterly phone calls. They're the most important. Now you have the 36 to convert, which is a system, it's a year-round system to keep people reminded of you, reminded of the fact that you're in real estate. It helps keep you at top of mind awareness for real estate. So if somebody has a friend who says they're thinking about buying a house, hopefully your person will say, hey, I know a great realtor, and they'll give your contact information out. So 36 to convert literally means 36 touches in a year. And let's look at the ones they recommend here. They have 4 touches that are phone calls. Again, don't leave out the phone calls. I know it's not your favorite part for a lot of people, but that's the most effective part. 26 touches, either a biweekly email. In this case, they just offer a biweekly email. I don't like email for my touches. I'm old fashioned. I like something people can handle. So I send out a lot of postcards. Okay. I like something that people can pick up. Now they pick it up, they read it, and they throw it away. I understand that. It takes about 3 seconds and it's gone. However, a lot of emails people don't even open. So at least when they get the mail, they see my contact info for a brief 3 seconds before they throw it away. 2 touches are events, get-togethers, or parties. We'll talk about those in just a moment. And then there might be 4 touches that are some kind of promotional direct mail, like a magnet calendar, a market report. Maybe what I use is those notepads you put on the fridge with a magnet on them so that people can write. I send out things that are practical. I don't send out football schedules because I don't know what teams people like. For instance, I'm in the Carolinas, which is, of course, Clemson and Carolina. Those are our 2 big teams. And yet I'm a Kansas State guy. So I could care less about Clemson and Carolina, just where I happen to be. In the middle of these 2 systems is the one to cement. And this is a high touch that cements the relationship. And your book says it best, a high value touch that solidifies the relationship you have just established and opens the door for future interactions. Now, what is this? Well, it can be a lot of things. Most of the time, it's a conversation. Most of the time, it's some kind of either face-to-face interaction or conversation with people. Maybe it's an appointment with them. If you're sitting down and you're, sitting down for a buyer consultation or a listing consultation, that might be the big high value touch. But there's something that gets you from point A to point B. And again, I can't really define it as it has to be this because it could be many different things. It's just you'll know it. You have a high value touch. You form that relationship, and now you can put them in the 36 to convert. All right. And the note down below tells you what to do. For leads, you put them in the 19 to connect. For contacts, use the 1 to cement, and then put them in the 36 to convert. Let's talk about events and get-togethers. So do any of you do any kind of client parties, any client events, anything like that? Give me an example of something you might have done.
I'm part of the Tello team. I'm a buyer's agent, and we do Christmas events. So we hire a Santa Claus. We do free pictures for the families. We print them out and send them to them every Christmas.
Awesome. That's great. What else? I like that one. Anybody?
Just to throw in another one, our farm area is a certain community out of Miramar, and every year prior COVID, they do Easter events. So the Tello team would do the hot dogs. So they get the grill. Chris gets on the grill and starts doing the hot dogs. We pass out hot dogs and candy with our marketing information on all of the packaging.
That's really cool. That's something that I'm thinking of doing this year in my subdivision because I live in my my subdivision, obviously, and I farm it. So I'm thinking of doing that later on this year, or beginning of next year, probably in the spring. Just a, fun cul-de-sac event. I'll bring the grill out, do the hot dogs. Hot dogs are cheap. You can go to Costco and get a ton of them.
Exactly. The spending was very low because the community does everything else. We just bring our part to it, and it really gets our name out there. We definitely Tellos, they go with every event that the community is hosting. They get it on it. They're also the
Yep.
first ones to have developed their Facebook private group for the community. So that was pretty cool too.
That's awesome. Here's another cheap thing. If any of you have an event coming up and you want to get involved, but you don't want to spend a lot of money, especially if it's like a charity softball event, which is where I came up with this idea. We had a law enforcement charity softball event, and I volunteered and give out cold water to everyone, like bottles of water. So they said, yeah, I could set up a little tent. I put up a table, brought some big coolers full of, water. Actually, I had a friend donate one of those things you see at the convenience store that looks like a big soda can that's, round thing full of ice, round cooler. And we gave out free water. I mean, water costs $4 for 40 or 36 of them or whatever at Costco. There was very little money involved. We did a raffle for a $50 gift card, or a giveaway, not a raffle. We did, people gave us their contact information, and this is the group of people that I work with the most. So I'm getting a lot of people added to my database. It was a great idea. And again, it only cost me maybe $50, if that. Nancy said, free water to your polling place. There you go. You get a lot of people today. I drove by my polling place. I'm going to have to go after class today. It was wrapped around the school that it was at. So, and the parking lot was completely full. There was nowhere to park. And this is a big school parking lot. So I love it. America, right? We love our right to vote. And I'm very proud of that, by the way. Very serious about that. So what are some other ideas? Because I've got one or two I can give you. One of the reasons I ask this question is because you give me ideas. I like to hear them. Sports, is that sports event? Sports league, okay. Like being a sponsor for sports league?
Yeah,
I'm getting this
Little
on
League.
chat.
Little League, yes.
Yeah, you can be a Little League sponsor. Now, we're talking about doing some kind of event, so maybe you could do like the end of the year pizza party. That was always the big thing when I was a Little League coach. The kids always want the pizza party. That's the big deal. So maybe you could sponsor the end of the year pizza party for them. Do an event. I love it.
Of course,
So,
with the holidays, the pie giveaways.
Yep, you have the pie giveaways, and make it easy on yourself. If you're going to give away pies, have them come to your office to pick them up. Just get a bunch of pies. Now, if you want, you can deliver them. That's a very high value touch. I like it. Or you can just have them come to your office, give out the pies, do a fist bump or an elbow bump, whatever you want to do.
I would guess that it would be easier this year because of COVID. That with South Florida, like I think people would be really happy just to say, oh, if you schedule an appointment to come by, and then that makes your life easier because you know how to plan your day out for the people coming by, and
There
they
you
feel
go.
better knowing that you're following guidelines to make sure nobody's bumping into each other.
There you go. Yeah, we don't have much shut down here, so
Yeah,
we haven't worried about that for a little while.
Florida's the thick of it.
Yep. Oh yeah, definitely. So here's another idea. And you would think this costs a lot of money. It can cost a lot of money. Sorry, nose problems. You can rent a theater out. And let's say that the best time to do this is when one of the new, what am I trying to say? The new animated movies are coming out. Like the last one we did was when Incredibles 2 came out. And what you're going to do is rent an entire movie theater, like the theater. And most theaters will give you a deal. Ours will, for $14, they'll give you the ticket, the popcorn, and a drink for $14, which again is expensive. If you have 100 people, that's $1,400, right? Well, let me tell you how you work that out. I call all of my sponsors, I call all of my vendors and ask them if they want to sponsor it. And every one of them says yes. And so usually we get most of the money paid for with our sponsors. I end up paying for usually $400 or $500 out of my pocket, and the sponsors take care of the rest. Every time we've done a movie event, we've received no less than 3 referrals from the movie event. Okay, 3. So average commission of $6,000, that's $18,000 for $500 out of my pocket. Do the math. Is it worth it? Absolutely. Now, here's why the events are great. And I got a couple in chat. I'll come back to those. I'm not forgetting you. I'll mention those in a second. Here's why these events are great. Because not only can you have the event, but you also get a high value touch when you call people. And you say, hey, this is Bill. I just wanted to let you know we're going to have a movie event coming up next month. Movie's free. We're going to give you popcorn and drink if you want to come. I just need to know how many are coming. How many of you want to come? And you get to have a great conversation with people. And at the end of the conversation, of course, you're going to say, by the way, do you happen to know anybody that wants to buy a house, sell a house, or invest in real estate that I could call today? Never have a conversation without adding that, right? So it's an easy call. Let's see, got a couple ideas in the chat box. Call Walmart and pre-order the pies. Yes, absolutely. We hosted a movie in 2018 for VIP clients. That's more or less what it was here as well, the cost of all. And you can give goodie bags with some of the merchandise from the vendors. Absolutely. A couple other ideas, and I'm going to cut it off after these 2 that I give you because I can go on and on. I love this type of stuff. It's my favorite type of stuff for lead gen. Do a charity event. Okay, the easiest one is a food drive. So what we just did is we did a food drive for local food bank, and what we did, all the agents on my team, including myself, called our database and we told them, hey, we're collecting this for the local food bank. You can bring it by our office. And we had 2 other locations they could bring it by, our insurance person and our mortgage person. You can bring it by one of the 3 offices and drop it off. Or if you let us know it's at your house, we'll be out the next 2 Saturdays and we'll be happy to come by and pick it up. You know, they can sit on their front porch, whatever. That was fine. We didn't generate a lot of food from it, but what we generated was a lot of contacts. So we contacted everyone in our database. We had a great conversation with them. I got a lot of people that just donated money. So that was, we ended up going shopping and bought all the food, not all, but a lot of the food ourselves with all the donations. The other one, what's the other one? I literally had the other one on the tip of my tongue. Oh, well, the charity event, that's the easiest one to run anyway. I'll tell you the other one if it pops back into my head. But remember, events, parties, and get-togethers are extremely powerful. And sometimes they are a lot less work than you expect. Got another suggestion of toy drive. Yes, toy drive is absolutely a good one. You can even get together with some organizations that are already doing them and just be a sponsor for the toy drive. And then just call all your sphere and tell them about it. All right, on page 413, you have the Keller Williams Legal Department do not call warning about the do not call act. Okay, if you want to read that, read it, please. Let me tell you what KWRI told me to say. I mean, what I'm supposed to say at this point. Never call or text a number on any do not call list. Do not use a dialer to call a cell phone or use or leave artificial voice or pre-recorded messages. Callers who violate the National Do Not Call Registry and the Telephone Consumer Protection Act face potentially catastrophic legal damages. Okay, so just make sure you're very careful. Don't use auto dialers unless it's dialing for you and then you're actually talking to people. Know your federal and state laws. Understand that in most cases, you need to have prior consent from people. Now, I know these are generalizations. Just read this and know this because it's very important that you keep yourself out of trouble. I am not a lawyer, so I can't get into legal ramifications because, you know, again, I'm not a lawyer. So let's go to page 415. 415. By the way, I don't know about you, but I always feel like that page is just kind of randomly stuck in there. So It's like we're talking and then boom, we have to go to a legal issue. So let's talk about your database size. I want to remind you right now that your economic model exercise shows how many appointments you need to go on. And the number of appointments you need to go on directly shows you how many closed transactions you're going to get. Or the number of transactions you want is directly related to the number of appointments you go on, which is directly related to the number of calls you make or the amount of lead generation you do to get those appointments. The question is, how many leads does it take to actually get an appointment? And the answer is, it depends. It depends on your business. It depends on your conversion. It depends on what you put into it and how you work your database. So I can't tell you, oh, it's 5. Oh, it's 3. It depends, and it's different for everybody. So let's make some assumptions based on database size. And look at page 415 again. You have 500 contacts in your database, and they're receiving 36 touches a year. That's what you should be doing. 6% of the people in your database will buy or sell each year, and that's a rough calculation based on the fact that home ownership is at 64%, and people move on average every 9 to 10 years right now. Okay, so 6% of your database will buy or sell each year. And let's say you convert 50% of those people. So you convert half of the people that are going to buy or sell. Well, if you have 500 people in your database times 0.06 times 0.5, that means you'll get 15 appointments each year from your database. Okay. Again, 500 people, 6% are going to buy or sell, and you convert half of them to an appointment. Now, could you convert more or less? Absolutely. Could more or less buy or sell in your database? Absolutely. Depends on what you focus on. If your database is mostly 21 and 22-year-olds that just got out of college, they're probably not going to buy a house as soon as, different age groups, right? So your database could be different from my database. Now, let's look at the following assumptions, or assumption, which is number 4. You ask for and receive from 4% of your database a referral, and you convert 50% of them. Well, that means you get 10 appointments each year from referrals. So in other words, you're asking your database for referrals, and some of them give you a referral. So you can potentially get 25 appointments out of this database of 500 people if you're hitting the averages. Using that number, let's see how many appointments you would get per year. Go to the bottom of page 415. Put in the number of people you have in your database. And we're all going to say we're good little children. They're getting a 36 touch campaign right now. And let's say you have a 50% conversion. Let's see the number that you get. So put in the number in your database in the first blank under number 1 and see what that calculates to as far as number of appointments. If you don't know how many in your database, you can look it up, or you can just do this exercise later when you have the number in front of you. On a side note, Nancy said, can you tell us how to recover the $1,500 for all the calls you received? I wish, man, I would be a rich, rich man if I could get $1,500 for all the fraudulent calls I get. People in violation of the do not call list. I don't need a car warranty. I don't need health insurance. I'm sure none of you get those phone calls. So, number of appointments each year. Kevin just made the comment, that number is 50%. It's half the appointments you need for the year right there. Just coming out of your database. It's not bad. That actually can be really good. What if we had a database that gave us all the appointments? That's even better, right? It's really cool. So let's see what it takes to get all those appointments. Go to number 2 at the bottom of the page. Calculate the reverse to see what the database size is you would need to get all those appointments. So take the number of appointments that was your goal from the economic model, buyers and sellers, total appointments, okay? Divide that by 0.06. Divide that by 0.5. We're going to use 0.5 again. I don't know why they didn't write it in. And that's going to give you the number of contacts you need in your database to get all of those appointments from your database. So again, I'm going to reach out and say, if you guys would be so kind, turn on your cameras. I love to see faces. I only see 4 faces right now. I've got it set up so I can see everyone, and I just see 4 people. Now I see grass. Oh, there we go. We're getting some more cameras on now. Thank you very much. I love the backgrounds. All you get from my background is my wall. My computer will not run the other. All right. So you know how many contacts you need in your database to hit your goal. So if you grew your database to that number and you are doing the 36 touches the way you're supposed to, theoretically, you should be able to get all of your deals out of your database. So remember, you want to make sure they're on a 36 to convert campaign. You want to make sure that you're doing the 4 phone calls, the quarterly phone calls every year. Make sure that you're working on your skill at conversion, because that's important. And make sure when you're talking to people, you're always asking for a referral. Always. By the way, when we get done with this section, we're going to take our lunch break. So if anyone's wondering, it's about 12:10 now. We're just going to power through and get done. We'll talk about lunch in a second. Oh, look at that. They had a slide for me added. That was so nice of them. All right. I'll just leave that picture up so that you see the warning. Let's go to page 417. So there's some best practices with lead generation. Lead generate every day. Duh. For 3 hours or as many hours as it takes. Lead generate as long as you have to hit your goal. Make sure to time block for lead generation. And your time blocking consists of 3 parts for lead generation. This comes from the Shift book. Your time blocking for lead generation should include your prepare step, your action step, and your maintain step. Now, preparing for lead generation means just that. You're getting ready to do whatever lead generation activity you planned on. So maybe you're getting your call list together. If you're going to door knock for your lead generation, maybe you're printing out your flyers, okay? Your action step for lead generation is the meat of it. It's the most of your lead generation. So that's going to be where you're knocking on the doors, making the phone calls, calling the expireds, whatever. That's usually 2 hours of your 3 hours, or it could be more. And your maintain part of lead generation is where you add information to your database or update the database if it had incorrect information. That's where you're going to fulfill promises. So if I'm on the phone with somebody and they say, hey, Bill, will you send me this listing on this street? Sure, I will. I'll make a note of it, but I'm not going to stop my lead generation. I'll do that afterwards because I don't want to lose my energy as I'm going forward. So remember to time block for lead generation, and remember that lead generation is 3 parts. It's not just 3 hours of phone calls. There's prepare, take action, and maintain. There's 3 steps to it. You also want to avoid some lead generation traps. So if you're not using prospecting and marketing in your lead generation, you can lose out a little bit, although you're not as in trouble as much as if you do too much prospecting. If you rely mostly on marketing, if you rely too much on marketing and not enough on prospecting, that's a trap. You could shoot yourself in the foot, especially when we get to the budget model, because that can start shooting your expenses way up where your profit gets cut. You don't want to rely exclusively on referrals for additions to your database. You want to go out there and get people and add them to your database. Don't just get referrals from folks. You want to be careful not to undervalue the benefits of the touch campaigns. The touch campaigns are really important. I can't tell you the number of times I've had people call me and say, hey, I got your card. Or they'll send me a text of it, like a picture of my card sitting on their table. Got your card. Sometimes I'll make a joke of it, like you're stalking me again today, that type of thing. Don't avoid the quarterly phone calls. Make sure you make the quarterly phone calls. That's bad. Make sure you enter all your leads into your database. Another trap is maintaining separate databases. Just have one. Make it easy on yourself. And then one trap is not taking advantage of Facebook ads in command. Facebook ads in command are pretty cool. All right, page 419. Let's leverage some technology. So in command, we have several things you can use, and I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm just going to mention them real quick. You can look at reports. In reports, you can look at the health of your database, check your lead sources, check your conversion rates. In referrals, of course, you can look at your agent-to-agent referrals. I sent one down your way. I don't see her on the call today. If anybody knows Crystal Clipful, I sent her a referral a while back. Didn't pan out, unfortunately. Are you on Sandra Rathy's team?
I am, yeah. She's on my team, Crystal.
Okay, awesome. Tell her I mentioned her today. So, it didn't pan out, unfortunately, but she made an impression on me when I was down there teaching, and so hey, she got a referral because she gave me her contact info.
Nice.
Let's see, smart plans. So use smart plans. It gives you a quarterly call plan to call your database. That makes it a little easier on you. You can use your monthly neighborhood nurtures. Campaigns, of course, give you some great things. In designs, they give you postcards. I don't use designs for mine because I have another company I use for my postcards, but they have some great ones in designs. And then, of course, you have your consumer site pages that we can give to people. Let's go to page 421 in your book. Now, there's a lot of things to write in here. I understand it might look a little overwhelming. Fill in what you can. If you can't fill in some of this stuff, then get the numbers later after class today. So, and some of these numbers we just calculated. So write down the number of contacts you need to achieve the goals from your economic model. That second calculation we did, how many contacts do you need? Write down how many contacts are in your database today and how many you need to add to your database. If you need 1,000 and right now you have 700, you need to add 300. So then what's your plan? Divide it by 12. How many do you need to add each month? How many do you need to add each week? Do the math there. Write down your lead generation sources, your current ones, maybe your future ones if you want to change some. And then down on the bottom, you're going to fill in some details of what you do or what you want to do for your 19 to connect and your 36 to convert. For example, details of the parties might be, what kind of party do you want to throw or client get together? Just put some details in there. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to fill that in. All right, one more minute. Actually, just when you're done with that, turn to the next page. 423. You're going to build out your 411, or if you kept your 411 from the last section, you can just add it to that one. So what are your annual goals? How many contacts do you want in your database? Put that in your 411 annual. Put your event that you want for your leads and or contacts in there, like an annual event for them. A difference would be the difference between an event for leads and an event for contacts. When I did the gave away water at the charity softball tournament, that was an event for leads. I gave away that $50 gift card, and they filled out their contact info and submitted for a drawing. That was to get leads. For contacts, that'd be like the movie theater. I'm not inviting random people to the movie theater. I'm inviting people from my sphere. I don't think I specified the difference earlier between the events for leads and contacts. For your monthly goals, add how many contacts you want to add to your database. Call a third of your database, because you're going to call a third of it every month if you're doing quarterly phone calls. Send one item of value to your leads and one item of value or 2 items of value to contacts. And then under your weekly goals, you'll probably send an email to your contacts, maybe daily script practice. All right. So you have your 411 updated. Let's go to page 425. Talk about some ahas. So in this section, we talked about prospecting and marketing. We talked about lead generation activities, and we talked about lead sources. We talked about our database. We talked about some traps to avoid with lead generation. And we also talked about leveraging some technology a little bit. We talked about client parties and client events. So what are some ahas? Give me 3 good ahas from this section.
For me, it's it's kind of part of what I'm looking for, the clarity, so I can see the steps beyond just, oh, I need to make whatever calls to get whatever appointments. It's, the contacts to the database to actually realize all the goals and not just dream about them.
Yep, absolutely. All right, good. It's another one. Give me another one. Let's see. Stay top of mind. That was in the chat. Segment your database contacts into groups. Yes. Different behaviors, different interests. Have groups of them. All right, awesome. Yeah, and you can use the tags in command for the different interests and the different, just any way you want to separate your contacts or group your contacts. All right, folks. Well, we have hit 12:25. This is lunchtime. Now, it's an online class. We don't have to take a long break, and I'm sure you guys would rather get done earlier rather than later, right? Yes? No? Do you want to be with me all day? I know you love me, but that's beside the point. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take 30 minutes, grab a quick bite to eat, be back on at, we'll start right about 1 o'clock, maybe a little before 1. Be back on. You guys can keep eating, obviously. I don't care. You're sitting, wherever you are. And I'll start teaching again in about 30. And we'll knock this class out and be done. Thanks a lot, folks. All right. It is time to get going. Excuse me. Let me clear up my screen here just a bit and share again. Whoops. Let me get to the right slide. When they stopped my screen sharing, it interrupted PowerPoint, and now it's being a pain. Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. All right, folks, let me know that you're back from lunch. Send me a message in chat or wave at me on screen if you are one of the 2 that have your camera on, 3 that have your camera on. Thank you. That way I know you exist. Sometimes I feel like I'm all alone out here. All right. Let me get the chat box back up. All this work you have to do just to get Zoom going. All right, chat box up. All right, Nina's back, Leonard's back, Mindy's back. Awesome. There's only 6 of you back. Come on now. Edgar's like, nah, I'm back. 7 of you are back. Got the smiley face. That's perfect. Donna's back. Awesome. All right. Well, whether you're back or not, I am starting section 5. 1 second. Here we go. The budget model. And I will make the request one more time. Unless you're like naked or something, which please don't turn on your camera. Show us your happy face. Let's all smile at each other. I've got 3, 4 people on camera. And if you're still eating and you don't want me to see you stuffing your face, I understand. That's okay. I had some amazing leftover spaghetti. You know, spaghetti is a great meal, and the meal better than spaghetti is leftover spaghetti. I firmly believe that. Very good. All right, section 5, the budget model. Page 5.1. And as I said before, you can keep eating. Please don't rush on my account. I rushed just so I could get back here. I tried to vote this morning before class, so I went over at 6:45 to my voting precinct, and it's a school, and the line was completely around the school, and the parking lot was totally full. So I'll be voting after class, which hopefully it'll be a lot shorter. I saw some reports on Facebook. Lines are about 30 minutes now, so that's not too terrible. I'm happy to stand in line for 30 minutes, that's for sure. So the budget model. The budget model is the 3rd model that we're going to include in your business plan, and it reflects the 30-30-40 cash flow that we talked about in the economic model. Remember, 30-30-40 is your 2 expenses, your cost of sale, and your operating expenses, and then your net profit. So it's going to be included here. Brittany, thanks for the message. Your camera's broken. I'm sorry. I won't hold you to it. And is it Kaid? You don't have a camera either. That's okay. I understand. The budget model reflects the money you make, the money you spend, and the money that's left over. It's a pretty simple concept, like what comes in, what goes out, and what's left, right? It defines your profitability. It helps you minimize your expenses to maximize your net income. So the 2 essential tools are the budget itself and a P&L statement, a profit and loss statement. And we're gonna set up both of those. There's some simple forms in here for both of them. The budget model keeps you from spending money on shiny objects. I talked about shiny objects earlier today. It also helps you keep track of your expenses so you don't lose track of some of them and let them run out of control. Everything invested should be looked at in a way that's informative. And that's something I want you to start thinking of. Every dollar you spend on your business or in your business should be an investment of some kind. Even if you're taking someone to lunch, that's an investment. You're spending money on lunch, you're investing in the future relationships that you're building. So the money spent is the cost of doing business. For every dollar you spend, you should receive some kind of multiple back on it. You should, whether it's $2 back on it, $3 back, so on and so forth. Let me give you an example. When I hired my assistant, I decided that I needed to get at least a 3-for-1 return on what I pay her. So just making up easy numbers, if I pay her $30,000 a year, I expect to increase by $90,000 a year. So I'm getting $3 for every $1 I spend, increase in business. And she has done that and then some. By hiring my assistant, I was able to free myself up and get out there and do more work. So it's been wonderful. If you look at your page 5.1, you've got your two tools in one. I mentioned the budget and the profit and loss statement. The budget is something that you create annually. It projects expected returns and it projects your cash flow. And it restrains your spending, okay? Restrain to gain. In other words, restrain your spending in order to gain profitability. Your profit and loss statement, it's a management tool. It's a snapshot of where you are right now. It shows your actual versus projections, your actual spending, actual income versus projected spending, projected income. And I don't speak accountese, okay? I'm not an accountant. I don't speak the language. I want you to know enough about it to be at the level I'm at so that you can keep your budget, keep your profit and loss. You don't have to dive into the weeds too deep. You want to review your profit and loss statement bi-weekly. Review it. I review mine every week, but that's just because it's part of my habits. Review it bi-weekly. Check it out. See if there's any variances. A variance is where you're either not spending enough money or you're spending too much money on your, expenses. You want to see if there's a variance or if you're not getting enough income, quite honestly. There's two mindset principles that we need to talk about. First of all, invest, don't spend. That's what I just told you. Every dollar you spend in or on your business should be thought of as an investment. It's not spending money, it's investing money. And practice accountability, not accounting. So don't think of accounting as an obligation. It's not an obligation. Use the budget model itself to hold you accountable. Okay? Before I go any further, I want to mention, I saw the comment, Kaid, and I hope I'm saying that right, had a question about the share the recorded video link with you. I don't have it, but the Market Center can share it with you. Excuse me, because this is their Zoom, and so they'll share it. There we go. We will be sharing. Thank you. So let's see. Let's go to page 5.3. Talk about your MREA budget items. All right, so cost of sale. Again, we talked about cost of sale with the economic model. The cost of sale is the cost of acquiring revenue and includes the commission of a listing specialist on the seller side and the commission of a buyer specialist on the buyer side. And it contains transaction-dependent expenses. In other words, if a transaction happens, this is what you spend. Remember my example of the bonus that I pay my assistant. Every transaction we have, she gets a bonus. That is a cost of sale. Gross profit. Gross profit is your gross commission minus your cost of sales. Okay. Gross commission minus your cost of sales. Some people call that company dollar. Company dollar would be your company. Don't get that confused with Keller Williams company dollar, because Keller Williams uses the term company dollar for their accounting. We can use it for our accounting as well. Operating expenses. These are expenses that take place whether or not any transactions happen. I know we talked about it, but I want to make sure you get these two terms down quite well. Cost of sales and operating expenses. So you could have auto expenses, you could have rent, you could have insurance that you pay for, education, marketing, lead generation, salaries. Remember, you're paying a salary whether or not you close anything. You're paying bonuses usually, well, if they're transaction bonuses, you're paying them when a transaction happens. So at the bottom of the page, there's the MREA budget benchmarks, 30% cost of sale, 30% operating expenses, and 40% net profit. Any questions about those definitions? I want to make sure you have it. And just to go back to something that we talked about earlier, when we were talking about the economic model, solo agents, you may have, instead of a 40% net profit, you may end up with like 55 or 60% net profit. And the whole reason is you aren't paying those buyer's agents, you're not paying a seller specialist or a listing specialist. You might be paying a salary if you have somebody who's working for you, but you probably don't have that quite yet. So you're going to have expenses. You will have cost of sales because you're going to pay your split to Keller Williams, but you may not have much more as far as cost of sales go. So again, 55 to 60% could easily be your percentage. Let's go to page 5.5. So let's talk about the expense detail here. So remember, these are MREA or Millionaire Real Estate Agent averages. So they're based on top agents who are earning $2.5 million in gross commission income. It might be different for different agents at different levels, and we'll actually have some charts in just a minute that show you examples at different levels of GCI. So when we look at our cost of sales at the top, we have our listing specialists, our buyer specialists, other cost of sales. That gives us $750,000 or 30%. Then we look at our operating expenses. Operating expenses are categorized into 9 accounting buckets or categories, however you want to look at it. Keller Williams uses the term bucket. So if you want to think about 9 buckets and you pour a certain amount of money into each one, I guess that's the mental image you can think of. You have compensation, which is salaries. Okay, they call it compensation now. There's lead generation, occupancy, education and coaching. You've got supplies and office expenses, communication and technology. You've got your automobile, equipment and furnishings, and then you have insurance. Now, some people put auto insurance in with the automobile insurance, and the insurance category, they have like E&O insurance, and some people put their auto insurance in the insurance category. I put my auto insurance in the insurance category. Okay, just to, and however you break it down is up to you, as long as you know where it's going. Now, if you look at the top, the compensation, or the top of that chart, the compensation is generally 48% of your expenses. Okay, 48%. Now, don't get confused by the 14.4%. Let me tell you what that means. If you see on their compensation $360,000 for the MREA, and it says 14.4%, that's 14.4% of their total GCI. Remember, the GCI, the gross commission income, is $2.5 million. So 14.4% of the $2.5 million is $360,000. Now, don't let your eyes glaze over when I'm talking numbers like this, because that's what I do when I'm sitting in class and they start talking numbers. I'm like, you know, I get drool running out of my mouth. And I mean, I'm kind of a zombie because I'm like, let's go on to the next stuff. Just remember the different percentage, or not remember, you don't have to remember anything. You got a chart you can look at, but just understand the difference between the numbers. The compensation is 48% of your total operating expenses. So of that $750,000, 48% of it is compensation for a millionaire real estate agent. That is the biggest category of operating expenses that they have. And the second biggest category is lead generation. Lead generation is 30% of your operating expenses. So you can see where MREAs spend the most money. They spend it on compensation or salaries and on lead generation by a long shot. I mean, it's not even close. Nothing else is anywhere close to it. Do these two expenses surprise you at all? It seems like it makes common sense, right? All right. Are there any questions about the categories? Yeah, Kevin says leverage. You're exactly right. Any questions about the categories? They're pretty self-explanatory. All right. Let me talk about one category in particular that a lot of agents at lower levels tend to underspend on, and agents at higher levels seem to get right. So I'm going to give you a little heads up before you start spending the wrong amount. Don't forget about education and coaching, okay? Education and coaching is absolutely key, and you need to spend money on it. Now, at this level, if you're a newer agent, if you've been in a couple of years, you need to be spending money on things like Bold. Okay, Bold is absolutely a great investment. I love taking Bold. Spend money on coaching if you can. You get to the point, maybe you can take group coaching. Group coaching is very economical. Take some of that. If you're a new agent, invest in productivity coaching. You've got to invest in productivity coaching. That's one of the best things that Keller Williams ever started, was productivity coaching. So invest in your education, invest in your coaching, and it will take you places, I guarantee. So here's the funny thing. There's a big void. In our training classes, we see a bunch of new agents. And then sometimes I get some of the top agents in my class. I don't have a lot of people in between. Now, different classes get different levels of people, which I love. But if there's 40 agents at a market center who are all, you know, highly productive agents, but they're not top agents, I might see a couple of them. That's about it. Because a lot of folks get to a certain point where they think their education doesn't really need to improve. They just need to improve their lead gen. Don't get to that point. Always improve your education. All right, I know that's a little soapbox, and I'm the instructor, so of course I care about education, right? Because, I mean, that's my job. I just want you to see that it's very important. Don't ever stop getting educated, especially with these great classes from FES, because they're free. I mean, heck, your market center brings it, you may as well attend it. Let's go to page 5.7. If you go cross-eyed looking at numbers, you're really going to go cross-eyed looking at this page. All right, these are different averages for different amounts of GCI. And really, I make fun of it. You know, it's not that bad. You'll look at it and you'll see exactly what I mean. If an agent makes an average GCI of $150,000, then the averages that have been found are simple. They spend $19,500 on cost of sale, $130,000 gross profit. They spend $57,000 on expenses, and they have a net income of about $73,500. That's about 49%. Not bad. You can find your level on here and see about what the averages are for your level. So let's say you want to make $640,000, or let's say you want to make $600,000. You find 640 is the closest, so you can see the cost of sale, the gross profit, the expenses, and the net income for that level that you want to be at. These are averages from across the country from many different companies. And so it just gives you an idea of what to aim for. You don't always have to use the MREA numbers. Now, the best practices are the last two on the right. You see $1 million in GCI. That would be somebody who earned $1 million. That's $1 million. And $2.5 million in GCI. That's somebody who netted $1 million. And you can see the numbers are, well, the bottom number's close. The expenses are a little higher for the $1 million GCI. And then the cost of sales is actually slightly lower. So a little trade-off here and there. All right, any questions about that chart? It's just more for your information than anything. This is the one that really makes you go cross-eyed. All right. This is operating expenses by GCI. Now, it's the same thing. Don't let it throw you off. You've got at the very top, you've got GCI levels. It just breaks down what average operating expenses are for different levels of income. So if you, again, let's say you want to do $600,000 in GCI, go to the column that says 640. The average salaries and benefits, $90,000. Average professional services, about $6,000. If you go down to listing management, they're spending about $16,800. General prospecting and marketing, that's, by the way, that's in lead generation. I didn't specify that. About $50,000. And then you can see all their other costs down below it. This is not necessarily something that you need to hold yourself to, but if you notice that one of your budget items is way out of whack with this, at least it should cause you to ask the question, why? What's going on? And if there's nothing going on, then at least you asked the question, right? At least you found out. All right, let's go to page 5.9. So cost of sales versus compensation budgeting. The question is on the page, when is the expense a cost of sale? And this is with somebody on your team. This is a person on your team. You're paying that person. So when is the expense a cost of sale? It's a cost of sale if it's commission compensation. So if it's a commission, if they're paid on a commission structure or on a bonus structure, typically buyer's agents and showing agents are paid by some kind of bonus or paid a commission. And the example below says buyer's agent receives 50% of the split, and then maybe the showing agent gets a small split, like a 10 or 15% split. So when is compensation an operating expense? It's a salary. I pay my assistant a salary. She gets the same check every 2 weeks, regardless of how many closings we have. She gets that check. That is an operating expense. Also, very, very important, your own salary. Oh, wait, I get a salary? Yeah, you got to pay yourself, right? It doesn't do you any good if you pay everybody else and you forget to pay yourself. Now, talk to your accountant about how you should pay yourself. There are different ways to do it and different tax implications. My salary, I try to keep my salary fairly low. I keep it as low as I can for tax reasons, but I still pay myself a salary. So don't forget to pay yourself. And by the way, when you set a salary for yourself, pay yourself first before everything else. Remember, you're doing this business for you. If you have to hold off on paying for other expenses, well, pay yourself first. If you can't afford those expenses, it might be time to cut them out. So when is it both a compensation and a cost of sale? Well, it'd be like my assistant. My assistant gets salary and she gets a bonus. So one is held under the category of cost of sale. One is held under the category of operating expenses. It's that simple. Just remember, I know I've said this like 3 times now. Cost of sale is any expense that happened because you had a transaction. Because a transaction closed, you have a cost of sale. That's it. Everything else is operating expenses. I think in this new version, they made it a little more difficult. In the last version, they just defined it that way and left it that way. Let's look at 5.11, 5.11. Now, I don't expect you to read a lot of what's on the screen, so you have to look in your book. This is the MREA chart of accounts. This is your profit and loss. And this is where you enter your actual numbers, okay? And there's all kinds of things at the top. You have an income section, all kinds of different incomes. You have your cost of sales section. That'll give you your gross profit. Then you go down to your expense section. You can fill in all your expenses. Get your business profit. Then you have below the line expenses. Below the line expenses are expenses that are calculated after everything, after your profit has been established. So you may have other income that comes in that's not part of your real estate business. You may get vendor interest income, profit share income. And then you can also have below the line expenses, which might be employee profit share, for example. If you profit share to the people on your team, that would be a below the line expense. Just below the line expense is just an expense that's not calculated before you have your net calculation. I'm sorry, it's not calculated. I am getting my mind wrapped around it. It's calculated after you calculate your business profit, and it's before you calculate your net income. I made that about as clear as mud. I'm sorry about that. By the way, if you aren't receiving profit share right now, that's a below the line income. That is a wonderful type of income to receive. So I would take the class Grow Your Profit Share Tree and see if you can increase your profit share a little bit. By the way, this form is available as a download, and it should be in the Excel sheet that you downloaded. If not, it's on KW Connect. All right, let's look at the 4 budget focus areas on page 513. Four budget focus areas. Number 1, lead with revenue. This is absolutely important. Lead with revenue. Don't spend money you don't have. And another way to think of it is lead with lead generation, not with expenses. In real estate, this is a unique business where it doesn't take a lot of money to generate money. We can generate a closing without spending a lot of money. You know, we have to join the board, we have to get our license, all that good stuff. What I'm talking about is you don't need to spend a lot of money on advertising. So if you beat the bushes until you get a client, show them a house, they end up buying it, now you have income. Now you can start spending some money if you do it smartly. All right, number 2 is play red light, green light. This is just like the kids game. They say green light, you can run. If they say red light, you have to stop. Well, what you do is look at each one of your expenses on a monthly basis, minimum of a monthly basis. And if that expense is giving you a return that's acceptable, give it a green light. If that expense is not giving you an acceptable return, give it a red light and get rid of it. Now, whenever costs go up, reevaluate. So if your rent goes up, for example, reevaluate. If fees on something that you pay for go up, reevaluate. Is it still going to bring you a good return on your investment? If not, give it a red light and get rid of it. Number 3 is stick to the budget. That sounds pretty simple. Stick to the budget. Don't go outside your budget. And it's going to take a few months to figure out your budget. I'm not going to lie. It's not something that will happen overnight. And you'll have variances. You'll have to figure out where you need to spend money on things that make sense. Stick to the budget. You don't have to be committed to the MREA percentages exactly. Set your own budget that makes sense for your own business. And you'll see we're going to do that in just a minute. At least the beginnings of one. You'll probably want to come back to that and flesh it out later. Number 4 is get into a rhythm. Visit your money regularly. Whenever I say that, I always think of Scrooge McDuck. Okay, anybody remember Scrooge McDuck? He always wanted to go see his money. He'd go swim in his gold coins in his vault. Nobody? Am I that old, really? I'm only 46. So Scrooge McDuck. Thank you. There we go. So Scrooge McDuck visited his money all the time. You need to visit your money too. And what I mean by that is at least on a biweekly basis, look at your bank accounts, look at your credit card statements, make sure that your money's not being spent on things that you don't want it to go to. On a side note, well, let me finish this section, then I'll give you my side note. So visit your money, check it out, reset your budget annually. Make sure that you set a new budget for every year. So you should be working on your 2021 budget right now. For some reason, after 2020, I think a lot of people have fallout shelters in their 2021 budget. I don't know why, but 2020 has just not been a very friendly year. And then observe the trends. Observe the trends. Look for variances that happen in your budget. Look for changes in your return on investment. And yes, some parts of the year you might get better returns than others. So if you start to recognize the trends, you'll understand that maybe my investment in this thing doesn't do as well during the summer, but it does great during the fall. Well, if it's doing well overall in the year, it's probably something you want to hold on to. Right? Any questions about the 4 budget areas, 4 budget focus areas? All right, let me tell you my side note. One of the most important things you can do, in my opinion, whether you're in real estate or any business where you work for yourself or have any kind of business, to get out of debt. You've got to get out of debt. Okay, I'm gonna preach for a second. I'm going back, I'm gonna pull out my JFK or my Martin Luther King Jr. speaking ability because I want it to sink in. Get on a plan to get out of debt. Pay off your credit cards, pay off your cars, pay off your student loans, pay off everything. I was deep in debt, okay? I'm telling you, just from a personal level, I'm going to tell you 2008 to 2012 was horrible for me. I lived on credit cards. I survived. I didn't get out of real estate. I survived. I did not look pretty at all when I got out. I looked like Rocky at the end of the first Rocky movie. You know how, oh gosh, I felt that beat up. And I was in deep debt. So I went to DaveRamsey.com. I followed Dave Ramsey's plan. And I'm not endorsing him. Well, I am endorsing him because he was great for me. I'm not telling you to go follow his plan. There are a lot of great plans out there that will help you get out of debt. His is simple. There's no magic involved. It is just a very basic, put him in order, pay him off, and be done with it type of thing. Get out of debt. Because once you don't have those debts hanging over your head, you will be in a much better place. So right now, I have a credit card. I pay it off every month. And that's exactly where you should be. I use it because I get Southwest Airlines points and I fly Southwest everywhere. So I usually, when I do any personal travel, it's free because I have so many points on. Get out of debt. All right, that's my preaching. Just please believe me, it will make your life so much easier when you're out of debt. All right, let's avoid some budget model traps. First time I did this, I called them tarps. I didn't read it very well, and I said, let's avoid the tarps, but they're not tarps, they're traps. So first trap is not taking the time to understand how the model works. Let's just not do that. Make sure you take the time to work it out. By the way, I just got a message. Somebody signed up for Financial Peace University yesterday. That's awesome. That's, if you folks don't know, that's Dave Ramsey, and good luck with that. That's going to be awesome. Number 2, being too lenient with money with the promise of big returns. I call that the lottery mentality. Go spend your money on lottery tickets with the promise of some kind of big return in the future. Don't be lenient on your money. Make it work. Number 3, hiring too many people too quickly. This is a big no-no. Don't hire people until you are ready. And we'll talk about that when we get to the next model, which is the organizational model. Number 4, chasing GCI instead of a return on investment. Let me tell you a story. I noticed somebody on here is named Brody. I don't know if you're related to Mike Brody. If you are, that's really cool and you should tell me. Nadia Brody. Anyway, Mike Brody is a bigwig with Keller Williams International. I heard him speak when I had just joined Keller Williams here in Greenville. It was 2005. And he was helping because we were still a growing market center. We were trying to attract more talent. And he told us this story. Mike was with Remax for many years. He was one of the top agents at Remax. And he was at the Remax award ceremony for the country. All of the top award, all the top award winners for Remax were at this ceremony. And he was sitting at a table with the lady who won second best in the country for production. Okay, we're talking somebody who made a lot of money. She went up and got her award and she came back to the table and she's crying. And Mike asked, he said, I don't mean to intrude, but what's wrong? Is there something wrong? And she said, tomorrow I have to declare bankruptcy. Don't chase a certain amount of GCI. Watch your expenses because you could get $1 million in gross commission income and spend $1.5 million. Okay. It's not going to work if your expenses are killing you. Make sure that you have a return on your investment every single time. That you will win if you're getting a return on your investment. All right, number 5, running a strict 30-30-40 business, never wanting to go above or below. Those are great numbers, but again, just be careful. You don't have to make sure you're always in that percentage because again, your businesses will differ. Make sure that you're in the percentage that works for you. You may spend more, you may spend less, and your returns might be just fine. So just be careful about that. Number 6 is not accounting for one's own expense or salary or split. Don't forget you. You're the most important part of your business. You might say, I say that my assistant is the most important part of my business, and I strongly believe that, but I'm really the most important part of my business, right? It's my business. So I need to remember me and pay me and remember my own split. Number 7, being uncomfortable with budgeting and holding oneself accountable to it. Well, here's what I say about that. In order to really succeed, you have to make yourself comfortable doing the uncomfortable anyway. So if budgeting is not comfortable for you, just suck it up and jump in. I went on a camping experience with my son to join something called the Order of the Arrow with Scouts. It's a honor society with Scouts. And one of the things we had to do was sleep outside. We had a sleeping bag and a tarp. And we slept outside it was end of October. It was October 30th. And I was talking to him. I said, you know what we just need to do? It's one night. It's going to be uncomfortable. We just need to suck it up. And we did. And we got through it. We had to work the next day doing all kinds of projects. We just sucked it up, got through it. It's the same thing with the budget. If you don't like it, suck it up. And just learn what you need to about the budgets. I'm not an accountant. I pay an accountant. I have an accountant that does my work. They take care of my taxes. They do my employment stuff. I don't have to know all that. I just need to know that my money's accountable and that I'm spending the right percentages for my business. All right. Number 10 on this page on 515 is leverage technology. You have Command, of course, and the reason they mention this is in case you're spending a lot of money on other technology, you might not need it anymore. I spent money on separate websites. I had different database tools. I had a lot of stuff, and I was able to cancel almost all of that because I got Command. See what Command does for you. You might be able to save some money. All right, so let's go to 517. Your business plan. Now, don't work ahead of me on this one. Work with me on this one. Because I need to explain a couple things. So at the very top of this page, take your GCI goal, the same GCI goal you got with your economic plan, same one we used. with the lead generation plan and write it down at the top of the page. So what is your goal for 1 year? Maybe it's $350,000. Maybe it's $200,000. Write it down at the top of the page. What is your GCI goal? Not your net goal, your GCI goal. Remember, they're different. So if you want a net 200,000, you might need a GCI of 400,000. So write down your GCI goal. We know it's for year 2021. Although I'm still not convinced that we're going to wake up the next day and the calendar is going to say December 32nd, 2020. I'm not sure that's not going to happen. The way 2020 has been. All right. Here's what I want you to do. You're going to complete one column at a time. So look at the column that says dollar based on MREA. Do you see that? Dollar based on MREA. What you're going to do is you're going to take your GCI goal, multiply that times the percent of GCI that's to the left of that column. This is under the MREA budget model. So for example, if your GCI goal is $400,000 and you need to do percent of GCI, take 400,000 times 0.05. And you're going to get the amount you pay your listing specialist. 400,000 times 0.25. That's how much you're going to pay your buyer specialist, and so on. Fill in all those blanks down that column. Then we'll go back to the top. So take a minute and fill those in. And it's going to look weird. I understand that. Just fill it in based on those percentages and then we'll move on. All right. Once you have all those percentages written in, then here's what I want you to do. Think about how your budget will be different, your actual budget. And in the right-hand column where it says My Budget Plan, write down the numbers you think you'll need to spend. So for example, if you don't have a buyer specialist, guess what you write in there? 0. Listing specialist, 0. Other cost of sale would probably be your cap. Whatever your cap is. Now, lead generation, you might be spending more than you think right now. Maybe that's one that you'll have a little more in. Compensation, if you don't have anyone that works for you, that's a 0, except for yourself. How much do you want to pay yourself? Just fill that in. By the way, every once in a while I get a question, the difference between the net income you make and the amount of compensation you pay yourself. Those are two separate things. You can pay yourself a salary and your business can get a net amount of money, which you can then get from the business. Your accountant or your tax professional will tell you the tax implications for doing anything. Just understand you can do both. So I pay myself a salary and I'll get a bonus based off of what the business is making. Bonus myself money from it. All right, I'm gonna give you one more minute to finish filling those in. All right. Question: would you add transaction coordinator fees, etc., as another cost of sale? Yes. Good question. So transaction coordinator fees, I'm assuming you mean like a third-party transaction coordinator? Yeah. I used to use those a lot until I hired my full-time admin. So transaction coordinator fees, again, you pay it because you have a transaction. And so because a transaction happens, that's part of the cost of sale. It's a very good question. And you can kind of guesstimate if you have 30 transactions and it's $300 a piece, you're going to have what, $9,000 in transaction fees. All right, let's move on to the next page, which is 519. And this is your business plan, your P&L statement. So what I want you to do is complete this the best you can. I understand you might have some difficulty with this, especially new agents who don't really know what they're going to spend or what they're going to get yet. And if you honestly have no clue at all, if you're brand new, just leave it blank. And you can do it as you get a little bit more, get your feet wet in the business a little bit. But try to put down your monthly, and this is monthly, remember, your monthly profit and loss statement. What are you getting from and when it says residential income, that's residential real estate commission income, gross commission income, okay? What are you getting in income? What are you spending on your cost of sale on a typical month? What are your operating expenses on a typical month? You can add up your business profit. Do you make any other income, below the line income? Do you have any below the line expenses? Just do the best you can. Fill in the numbers that you know or good guesses, because you can always go back and do this again. By the way, I know you guys are going to be really upset about this. I'm hesitant to say anything. We're going to be done, definitely done by 3 today. Might be done early. This class is supposed to go from 9 to 5. They scheduled it from 9 to 3, which I usually can do. We might get done a hair before 3. Because really we only have one more section to go through, and then we have the little blurb about expansions. All right, go to page 521. 521. Once you're done with that, and build your 411 again. So what you might do for your annual goal is put in update budget. That might be something you put in there. For your monthly goals, maybe review your budget model and adjust as needed. Complete and review your profit and loss results, your P&L results. You want to do that on a monthly basis, so I put it in the 411. Not really anything you need to do on a weekly goal, but add these items to your 411. All right. Let's go to 523. Finish out this section. So with the budget model, we looked at two tools. We looked at the budget and we looked at your profit and loss statement. Remember your mindset about budgeting. You need to make sure that you hold your money accountable, that you get a return on investment from your money. Also remember the terms. I think you've got them down by now: cost of sale, operating expenses, gross commission income, net income, that kind of thing. We talked about different categories for your operating expenses. We talked about the chart of accounts, which it comes straight out of the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book, and it's been updated. So it's updated. And then we talked about your 4 focus areas. You lead with revenue, not expenses. Make sure to play red light, green light with your expenses. Stick to the budget and check your P&L regularly. And then we talked about avoiding certain budget traps. And I gave you the side note to please, please, please get out of debt. Business and personal, just get out of debt. Right now, I'm working on paying my house off. I can't wait until the house is paid off, and then I'm just going to do a dance out in the yard. My poor neighbors. All right. What are some ahas from this section? The 2 people I have on camera, you guys look excited. Everyone else has blacked themselves out. I can't see them now. Oh, now we have another. I'm using that. I never used to say anything. I'm using it as a guilt trip now because I'm like, I don't want to talk to myself anymore. Tell me some ahas. Either unmute or just type them in the chat box. Let's get 3 ahas.
Well, so for me, it's still more and more clarity, you know, being able to look at all the accounts and understand things better, and tracking your dollars and staying accountable to yourself on how that's spent.
Absolutely. The word accountable comes up a lot in this class, doesn't it? What's another couple? Let's get 2 more good ahas. Not everyone.
I would add the weekly review. You know, like you could say you do like Finance Fridays and you just mark out an hour and check everything.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, when you get in, if you do it weekly, if you get into a routine, it only takes like 5 minutes. It literally goes quick. Now, once a month, it takes a little longer because I'm like the first week, I'm evaluating everything from the previous month, the income and all. But if I'm doing it weekly, which I do, it takes me about 5 minutes to look at my expenses. And I've been doing it for a while. So once you get into a groove, you're good. Another aha. I know Kevin's not the only one who has an idea, right? Come on, guys.
Paying yourself is important, not just leaving all the money in the business and,
Yes.
and taking some out.
Don't forget to pay yourself.
Right. Also, how I like, we're on the third version of the 411 and how we've been building it out. I just didn't know how to put all the different pieces in before, so I like the stages of this.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the most powerful parts of this class is even though you may not have all the pieces to what you want. I mean, let's face it, you're doing a whole business plan. It's going to take you longer than 6 hours of us sitting together, right? At least it better. But when you come out of this class, you literally have a business plan, a 411, you have all this stuff that's ready to go. It just needs a little fleshing out. So yeah, that's a great one.
You know, also what I've realized is that you know, when we think about business in real estate, we're thinking about, you know, generating leads and listings and buyers and whatnot. But looking at the numbers and studying the numbers is part of the business as well, and it's a very important section of the business. It's like a table has 4 legs. If you remove one, it's gonna fall over, right? So this is a very important leg of the business.
That's exactly right. That's a great way to look at it, actually. Now, you know, they've added the 5th model. There used to only be 4 models, but we don't really talk about the 5th model. So I'm going to talk about the 4 legs of the table. I like that. All right, guys. Thank you for some good ahas. That was great. We have one more section to go. It is 1:53. So here's what I'm going to do, because I'm going to go fill up my water. Instead of taking a 10-minute break, let's come back at 2 o'clock on the dot, and we'll finish up this class. Does that sound good to you guys? All right. Come back at 2 o'clock. So 6 minutes and a few seconds, and we'll be back before you know it. Let's see. All right. One more minute, and then we will get back to it.
And Bill, these 411s, like with all the extra stuff added on, I mean, that's just something we can use all the time as a template, right? Because
Yeah,
there's really
absolutely.
that stuff we should be doing anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you may tweak it some, but I think it's a great basis for your actual 411.
Yeah, well, they look a lot better than the ones I ever made on my own. So
Yeah, it looks a lot better than mine too. Mine were admittedly lacking. All right, let's talk about section 6, which is the organizational model. So this is the fourth model, and with each of these before, it's based off of highly successful real estate teams, and we're looking at different people on the teams and what tasks they do. The organizational model features the third L, which is leverage of the 3 L's we talked about. This is going to help you understand the structure for different areas of the business, the structure of different areas of leverage, and it's going to help you see a path to ownership of your business. And by ownership, I mean the 7th level. If you've read the book, you understand 7th level. That's where you basically move out of the business, and then a CEO takes your place, and you are literally the business owner. You are no longer really in the business. So we're going to go through each of the 7 levels, so 1 through 7. Couple of them have 2 parts to them, and you'll see that as we go. And here are the, oh, if my clicker worked, there we go. So this is the 7th level. We're going to get up to that in just a minute. This is a long and it's a detailed model. However, it's important because we want to stop at each step of the way and look in depth at each level. The ultimate business goal is to have a successful business run by other people. I call that mailbox money or beach money. You can be sitting on the beach and you just get money. You literally are getting paid for your business. Kind of like how profit share works, only on a bigger scale for you. Another question we're going to look at is when to hire people. Knowing to hire an assistant, because that's the first person you're going to hire. Knowing when to hire your first assistant is like knowing when to hire a maid, or like a house cleaner, or when to hire somebody to cut the grass. It's tasks that you can do, but at a certain point you realize that your life would be better if you didn't have to do it. You can pay someone, in other words, leverage yourself with your money and give yourself more time to do other things. It's the same thing with an assistant. You know you can do all those tasks, you just have to understand that at a certain point you're not going to grow anymore. And your life will get much better if you have somebody who's doing those tasks and you don't have to. So when we start to look for help at home, it's kind of natural. If we want to look for help at home, we start looking at those tasks that we don't like to do, or tasks that don't seem to get us ahead. And that's what we tend to hire out first. It's the same thing with the assistant. Also remember this, there is no job that is too small to subcontract. There is no job that's too small to subcontract. I know several agents that hire somebody to put their signs out. That's a job that can be subcontract. I don't do that. I put my own signs out still. That's a choice. They get to leverage themselves. And sometimes when I'm driving an hour and a half one way to put a sign out, I wish that I had someone doing that for me, because that's a big waste of time, in my opinion. It could be spent on other things. So when you're just starting out, understand that you may be by yourself. You may be, just a one-person team. However, your market center has other resources that can help you. You have people there that can help. Your broker in charge. You have the person that's at the front desk. You have different people that can help you. And you may have A transaction coordinator. Kevin brought up the independent transaction coordinators. Those are a great source of leverage to help take some of those tasks off your table without actually hiring an employee. So there's different options you can have before you get to the second level team, and we'll see that in just a moment. Go to page 6.3. There's 3 hiring drivers in your business: your leads, your people, and your market. With your leads, do you have appointments that can't be met because you're too busy? Do you have too many leads, in other words? With people, if you already have people on your staff, are they telling you that they need help? I make it very clear to the people on my team, if they get overwhelmed, they need to tell me. That's very important, because I don't want them to try to suck it up and just keep doing it. I want them to tell me when they're starting to feel overwhelmed. I'm not going to hold it against them. We're going to take a serious look at the tasks they're doing. And if they truly are, if there's a way we can make them more efficient, that's fine. But if they're getting to the point where they can't be any more efficient and we need more people, then I'm going to bring more people on. And then the market. Are there opportunities that you're missing out on in the market because you don't have the leverage to take advantage of it? Back in 2008, we started doing a ton of short sales. That was how I survived the shift, in fact, with short sales and lease with option to buy. And with short sales, we had to go out and leverage other people. We had to leverage a short sale specialist. Are you missing things in the market because you don't have that piece on your team? Now, don't hire if you have a fantasy that you're going to hire your way into growth. In other words, I've seen teams in my office do this, and it bites them in the butt every single time. Don't hire people thinking, well, if I hire them, they're going to bring in more business and they're going to grow my team. No, you've got to hire people because you already have the business and you have the need to expand. There's a difference. A lot of people tend to hire out of pain. Excuse me again. A lot of people tend to hire out of pain. That means that they just want the pain to stop. They got too much work and they tend to hire, and that's the wrong way to do it. Luckily, this model is going to help you avoid that. Because one of the things that happens when you hire out of pain is that you hire way too quickly and you end up getting the wrong person, because you literally just want a butt in the seat. You have a chair that needs to be filled and you need a butt in the seat, and you're not as concerned about whose butt it is. So let's look at the hiring process. Before you hire any person into your business, and this is on page 6.3, explore other leverage options. Do you have technology that you can look at? Are there Keller Williams systems that you can look at? Are there tools that you can look at? Make sure you attend the Keller Williams Leverage Series and start that with career visioning. There's a class called Career Visioning. It's a very good class. I recommend you take it. Even if you're not going to hire for a while, if you're thinking that down the road, I'm going to go ahead and start a team, take career visioning, because that will give you a lot of building blocks that you can put in place for the future, for when you are going to hire. Make sure you're always lead generating for talent. Look for potential talent, emerging talent, and proven talent. Potential talent is somebody who is talented. They might be a young professional just getting into real estate. They might be coming straight out of school. They haven't proven themselves yet. They haven't really done much of anything, but they seem to have the skills, the natural behaviors, and the motivation that you're looking for. So that's potential talent. Emerging talent is the best kind. If you can find emerging talent, try to snap it up. This is somebody who has all 3 of the talent qualities I just talked about, which are skills, natural behaviors, and motivation. And they have a track record, even though it's a short track record. This is emerging talent. In sports, this would be, a hot rookie is what you're looking at. Somebody who's been playing, they're a hot rookie. You want to snatch them up. And the reason you can do that, just like sports, if, a baseball team gets a hot rookie early, they don't have to pay nearly as much for them because they're still mostly unproven, even though they have a lot of talent. Well, if you can get one of these people early on in their career, it usually costs you less. And you have a lot better opportunity to get them under your tutelage, and they'll kind of grow into your business. And then proven talent, of course, is talent that has already got a proven track record. Somebody that knows what they're doing, and they can show that they already understand the job. Now, it's going to cost you more for proven talent, just like when you're trying to get, somebody, again, back to sports. If you're trying to get somebody who has proven themselves time and time again, it's going to cost you more than if you're getting a rookie. So one thing you have to watch out for with proven talent is they might have habits, or they may have ways of doing things that go contrary to what you want. And they may say, well, I know what I'm doing because I have a track record. They have to be malleable. They have to be open to following your systems and using your tools and your way of doing things. So just take that with a grain of salt. Number 4 on page 6.3 is consult your budget model. Know what the cost is going to be for each hire and understand what your return on investment should be. Some people say, well, Bill, buyer's agents don't cost me anything. Baloney. Buyer's agents can cost you a lot. If they mess up a lead, let's say they mess up a lead on a $500,000 house. That's 15 grand potentially that you just lost out on. So they're going to cost you a lot if you don't hire the right person. Number 5, as I kind of segue into this, know the cost of a bad hire. The cost of a bad hire is pretty simple. You're going to lose a lot of time from the hiring process, and then you could lose time, potentially money, and potentially clients because of their behavior as a bad hire. So you have to be careful with that. Number 6, what are the ways a bad hire might affect your business or cost your business? There's several. Write down a couple, whatever you can think of. As I said, if they screw a deal up, you can lose a commission. If they aren't treating your customers right, you could lose past clients that won't do business with you anymore. I tell my team members, be careful what you put on Facebook. I told you I'm very big on social media. I love social media. I never post things like, okay, today is a perfect example. I don't post anything about politics. I don't alienate people on either side of an issue. I only post funny things, inspiring things, and things about real estate. It's very, very easy formula to follow. Bad hires could get you sued. There's a lot of potential things that could happen with a bad hire. Your staff, if you already have an existing staff, they may get turned off by somebody if they're a bad hire. They might leave you. So we want to be careful when we hire somebody. Number 7 is have a written job description for each position and let your new hire know exactly what you want them to do. And this goes back to that class, career visioning, that I told you to take. If you take all the classes in that series, they will give you all these tools. So you'll literally have a 30, 60, 90 day list of everything that person should be doing in that role. So it's a good reason to take it. And then finally, number 8, understand how you're going to plan for your team to use command and how you run your business in command. They just opened up command for teams yesterday, so that's timely as well. All right, let's go to page 6.5. And this is where we're going to jump into the different levels of the team. So the first level is pretty simple. It is you. Most of you in training today are at the first level. It's literally you. You are the chief cook and bottle washer. You take care of the lead generation and you take out the trash. You do every single thing on your team. It is just you. So what you need to focus on are 2 big things. The first one is personal productivity. And this comes out of the shift book. These are the 6 core competencies to any real estate business. The 6 core competencies to any real estate business. Again, it's out of the shift book. It is one of the best things you can pull out of the shift book, because if you focus on these 6 things, you can't go wrong. We haven't talked about it much in this class. We talk about your 20% activities, your most important activities, your big rocks, so to speak. This should be your 20%. This is your big rocks. So, as it says on the screen, you lead generate, you capture, and you convert to appointments. That's number one. Lead generate, capture, and convert to appointments. You do presentations to buyers and presentations to sellers, and you get agreements. So you get listing agreements, you get buyer agreements. That's number two. Number three, you show the buyers houses and you market your sellers listings. That's number three. Okay. Number four, you're going to write and negotiate contracts. Number five, you're going to coordinate the sale to closing. And number six, you're going to manage the money. And here's the beautiful thing. Those 6 things show up in exactly that order, don't they? Because you can't coordinate a sale to closing unless you have a contract. You can't negotiate a contract unless you've been showing houses or marketing your sellers. You're not going to have any sellers to market, and you're not going to have any buyers to show houses to unless you have presentations and get agreements. And if you don't have, you can't do presentations and get agreements if you don't get leads and convert them in the very first place. And by the way, I didn't forget the money, because there is no money to manage if you don't do all of that stuff. Does that make sense? Those are your 6 core competencies. When I hired my assistant, Ashley, and she is an absolute rock star, I told her if she ever sees any tasks that are not on this list that I'm doing, she has full authority to take them from me, whether I argue or not. Now, obviously, she takes care of a lot of this already. She coordinates the sale to closing. She takes care of marketing the sellers. So some of these things on here, she already takes care of. There is one thing on here you will never give up, ever. You will give up everything else, but you will never give up managing the money. You never give that up. You always have to manage the money. Even when we get to the 7th level and you've stepped out of the business, if you don't manage the money, that is a place that's ripe for embezzlement. And you can have people embezzle right out from under your nose. All right, so personal productivity is something you need to focus on. The second thing you need to focus on is mindset and vision. Your mindset and vision. You've got to have a great mindset. Think this way: I am a business owner, not a salesperson. Even though it's just you, you are a business owner, not just a salesperson. Okay? There's power in that statement. A lot of people think, a lot of realtors think, I'm just in sales. No, you own a business. You're a business owner. So own it. Get clear on your brand. Get clear on your value proposition. Work on these things. There's some great classes out there to help you focus on those. Take them. All right, I preached enough on the first level. Let's go to the second level. So second level is you and your first admin. You and your first admin. When you can finally do no more, if you cannot get ahead anymore because you're as busy as you possibly can be, you can't get any more efficient, you can't implement any tools or systems to help, you need to hire your first admin. And by the way, you have to make sure that you're making enough money through your commissions to afford the admin. Remember, lead with revenue, not expenses. Let's not hire somebody unless you can guarantee that you're going to be able to keep them. That's not fair to them. So making your first hire is actually the first step towards leveraging yourself with people. And eventually, if you do it right, you can grow to all 7 levels. The cost of your admin, like I said before, has to have a positive return on investment. You need to make sure that you're making money. But in the first 90 days, they won't make you any money. They'll probably be a burden on you. Because the first 90 days, it's more about discovery. Can they do the job? All the training is focused on that. And again, take the Keller Williams training. There's training in that series. It's called the Leverage series, okay? And that class is called 30, 60, 90. That's where you learn all about this training for your people. So your first hire, you train them and you hold them accountable. By the way, here's a tip. Make sure that whenever you have someone who works directly for you, you schedule 1 hour a week to meet with them one-on-one. Anybody that works directly for you, schedule 1 hour a week to meet with them one-on-one. And that's where you have an accountability session. You talk about their goals, you talk about their performance, make sure that they're on track, see if they need any help. Third level. Now we're adding another admin. Okay. This is where a lot of agents get out of the model. They hire a buyer's agent. Don't do that. I'm guilty of it. Okay. Follow the model. When you're working as hard as you can and closing as many deals as you possibly can with your assistant, you hire another assistant. And this person is your transaction coordinator. Now, the transaction coordinator doesn't report to you. The transaction coordinator reports to your lead admin, your first hire. You see, if you hire that person right, this person is going to be with you for a long time. So they're going to move up in your organization too. Now they have somebody who they supervise. So this is where you're really laying a strong foundation of growth and where you're working on succeeding through others. And again, you only supervise one person, so it doesn't really impact you too much, except that you now have to make sure that you have enough business for both of them. And there's a concept on your screen. It says going too deep. Going too deep means that your people should always have people below them that they are training to take over their role. So in this case, the transaction coordinator should be training to eventually take over the role of the lead admin, because the lead admin is going to move up. As long as they're a rock star, they can cut it. And plus, what happens if the lead admin quits? You want to have somebody who's trained to do their job. So always be training too deep. All right, now we're going to get into the fun stuff. We're getting into the fourth level. This one has two parts to it. So you're going to start launching two new parts to your business. Eventually, you're going to add somebody to help with buyers. And what they recommend now in the MREA training is that you hire a showing assistant. Don't hire somebody who is a full buyer's agent right from the beginning. Hire a showing assistant, somebody who will help you do the showings with the buyers. You still meet with the buyers, you do the conversion, so you sign the buyer agreement, you still negotiate the contract for the buyer, but this person does all the showings, which we all know takes the longest time with a buyer. What the showing assistant doesn't know is that they are literally auditioning for the job of buyer's agent, okay? So if they do well enough, you can promote them, so to speak, to the actual job of buyer's agent, which is in part 2. You're also going to bring on a lead manager, and the lead manager is going to take care of leads. They do outbound. It's basically a combination of outbound sales associate and inbound sales associate. Outbound sales associate comes in part 1, and the inbound sales associate comes in part 2. Now your lead team is going to do nothing but follow up. They're going to follow up with leads. They're going to convert leads, and once they get a conversion, they give it to the sales team, which right now is you and the showing agent, and then you're going to go on the appointments. That's what the lead team starts to do. If you go to part 2, now you're hiring a few more people. If you go down to the bottom, the admin side has grown. Now you've got a transaction coordinator and you've got a listing manager. So you've got the lead admin supervises 2 people. And by the way, I need to make a distinction before we go any further, because it's going to get convoluted after this point. One circle on this doesn't necessarily mean it's one person, okay? There might end up being multiple people in a particular circle. But in this case right now, it's pretty much one person. So your lead admin now has 2 people that he or she supervises. Your lead manager now probably has another person or multiple people that they supervise. And your showing assistant has been promoted to lead buyer's agent. Assuming they make the cut, they do a really good job. Now they are promoted to lead buyer's agent, and they have their own showing assistants. This is the point where you are probably getting out of the buyer side. Now you're focused on the listing side, and you have a buyer division to take care of that. Now remember, on the buyer side, under the 4th level, buyer side, you could have multiple buyer's agents, multiple showing assistants, and you're still at the 4th level. Now, and you can also see that your team really has 3 well-defined parts. You have the lead side, you have the admin side, and you have the buyer side. You are still taking care of the listings, and you are taking care of supervising 3 people. 3 people. All right, let's move on to the 5th level. 5th level has 2 parts as well. The 5th level is the most chaotic level, okay? The most chaotic level when you get to part 2. This is where you have the most chaos on your team. It's the craziest time. So the 5th level comes after you've implemented everything from the 4th level, part 1 and 2. This is when you, as the owner, are no longer doing any lead generation. A lot of you are going, yay! Maybe, but it's kind of crazy. So you are no longer doing any lead generation. You've got a lead manager that has a lead team, a lead generation team. You now have promoted your lead admin to a director of operations, and the director of operations has several people working under them. So I know it shows on the screen a transaction coordinator and a listing manager. You may also have other administrative people that work under them. You may have somebody who's a runner. You may have somebody who's just an admin for the buyer's agents. You may have all kinds of admins in this case. As far as the buyer's side, it's pretty much the same. I mean, again, we only have 3 circles for the buyer's side. It could be huge. We're just not showing it on the screen. So you have the lead buyer's agent, then you have buyer's agents that work under the lead buyer's agent, and you've got showing assistants that work under them. Some buyer's agents have their own individual showing assistant, depending on how much production they have. All right, part 2 of the 5th level. The big thing we add in part 2 is the listing agent. Now, you don't give up all your listings yet. You bring the listing agent on. Listing agent gets most of them. You're probably still going to work with the listings that you get personal referrals on. But now you're starting to farm everything out. You're starting to get people who will take care of everything for you. 6th level. This is also rather chaotic, and this is your choice whether you want to do it or not. The 6th level, you need to start working on leadership like crazy. You should have been doing this already, but 6th level is all about leadership, because now you are no longer going to be working in real estate. You are going to be focused on running the team. You don't lead generate, you don't go on appointments. You are focused on leading the people who directly report to you. So the director of lead generation, the director of operations, the director of sales, that's a big change that we'll talk about, and the expansion agent all report to you. Now, if you don't want to expand, if you don't want to go through expansion, you don't have to have the expansion agent. Just understand that that's an option right there. So the director of sales, this is now a position that is in charge of the buyer's agents and the listing agent. So we have a listing agent. They are under the director of sales. The director of sales could be the person who had been your lead buyer's agent. Now they're the director of sales. Just whoever you promote to that, who does the best job. Understand though, you've got a lot of seats filled on your team at this point. And then if you look over at part 2, we're going to add additional people to the lead generation side because we need to keep feeding this team. And most importantly, if we add an expansion business, now we're going to need to send them leads. We're going to need to lead generate for them. So it's going to grow even more. 7th level. So the biggest area of mastery in the 7th level is this. You're going to replace yourself. You are going to hire a CEO that takes your place. And the CEO is now in charge of the team. The CEO is now directly responsible for the 4 people that directly responsible for the 4 people that reported to you. And you are going to be responsible only for the CEO. The big thing you need to focus on here is your vision. You're going to craft the vision for the business. You guide the vision. Remember, you never give up managing the money. I told you that on the 1st level. So you're still responsible for the money, even though other people may be responsible for budgets and paying things. You know, they may write the checks. You're still ultimately responsible for checking the money. And you are going to focus on accountability to growth and standards. You want to make sure that now that your team is so big, especially if you have expansion, that they're all working under the same standards and that you can grow at a pace that makes sense. You don't want to grow at a pace that's crazy. Just want to make sure it makes sense. So, are there any questions about the 7 levels of your business? All right. So let's go to page 611. There are some traps that you need to avoid with the organizational model. First of all, if you don't take the courses, career visioning and 30, 60, 90, that can be a trap. Make sure you take those before you hire anybody. I hired some people that I shouldn't have before I really knew what I was doing. I've had 5 good assistants in my time. I had 1 horrible assistant, and I've had 1 rock star assistant in 19 years. My rock star assistant's on a lifetime contract now. At least I tell her that. She can't go anywhere. Another trap is not having a P&L and understanding the cost of each hire, as well as the amount of time it takes to train them and hire them. Don't shortcut the hiring and training process. You will shoot yourself in the foot big time. I mean, with a shotgun, you will really do damage to your team. Make sure you have adequate time to hire them and train them. Otherwise, you're just hiring out of pain, and we talked about that earlier. That's not good. Another trap is not checking with your budget model to factor in the salary expense and the expected return on the expense. Make sure you're getting an ROI. Number 4, skipping levels. This model is a process that works with each hire, building on each other. This is something I did. This is something a lot of agents do. They go straight to, they hire an assistant, then they get a buyer's agent. Don't do that. Now, I kind of was okay because I had an independent transaction coordinator for a while, but I ended up letting them go. So I have 1 assistant. I have several agents who work for me. We're getting ready to bring on another admin. Honestly, the only thing that caused that to stop was COVID. So we were getting ready to hire somebody at the beginning of this year, and that kind of came to a screeching halt. Number 5, not having solid systems in place for lead generation and conversion, especially systems that are replicable and scalable to cover the expense of additional people. If you have a bunch of people, you need to make sure that they have things to close. Otherwise, you're just going to have dead weight. Don't ever have dead weight. And number 6, I see this, it's almost like it's ego-driven, hiring for the sake of having a large team. I did this. 2010, I did this. Oh my goodness, I did this. I brought on buyer's agents because I thought that, oh, if I bring them, they'll close a few more things and I'll get extra money for it. That was a severe lesson in stupidity because I just about went bankrupt because of that. Don't bring on people just to have a bigger team. Make sure that you're doing it in a smart way. Otherwise, you could really be causing yourself harm. And then, of course, at the bottom of the page, leverage technology. Technology can absolutely help, especially with the teams with command for teams now being implemented. I need to start playing with that so I can get used to it now. I haven't had a chance to yet. All right, let's talk about the fifth model, which is on page 613. This is the expansion model. And as I said, we're not going to really go into this. There's a whole class on this called expansion system orientation. If you're thinking about expanding when you get, let's say you're up 5th level maybe, and you're thinking about expanding in the future, take expansion system orientation so that you can get the building blocks put in place so that you can have as painless an expansion as possible. Expansion was a fairly new thing just a few years ago, and luckily now we've had several agents who've gone through it, and we can learn from them. We can learn the good, the bad, and the ugly. So one thing that you have to keep in mind, if you're going to expand, you have to have a successful business in place before you expand to avoid mistakes. You can't fix things after you expand. Don't do it in that order. And you can't hire your way to different levels or to expansion. All the models have to work for you before you make the leap to the next level. Your business has to be system-based, well-documented, scalable, and predictable. It's like you're creating a franchise. You know, for a McDonald's franchise, there's a certain way that they make the McNuggets. There's a certain way that they make the burgers. There's a certain way they make the milkshakes whenever the machine's actually working. So you have to have things going, or you have to have things replicable. You have to have systems that are duplicatable. And if you don't even think about expansion. You need to go back and work on your team and get it to that point before you can really consider expansion. So there's a 3-step process to expanding. The first thing is to develop your hub. That's going to be your lead generation system and your admin systems. Again, the hub, it's like a bicycle wheel. The hub is going to be in the middle. This is your lead gen systems, your admin, and this way, everything flows through the hub, whether you have a team in Florida and a team in South Carolina, you know, wherever. You have a hub somewhere. So let's say you have you have a hub down in Weston, and you have a team here in Greenville. Well, this team, they might have an admin on site that does certain things, but just about everything is going to flow through the hub in Weston. You have to make sure your hub is set up and working well. And then test and tweak your models. Make sure that the models are working, because they're going to be working in a large scale soon if you do this. And finally, build out a region. In other words, go into a region and try to have people in all the major areas in a region before you go somewhere else. For example, if I was going to expand, I would want to expand in South Carolina first. Number one, I understand South Carolina law. I know nothing about Florida real estate law, but I know South Carolina. So I'd want to expand here first and then expand in North Carolina because it's part of my region. It'd be easier to expand up there than anywhere else. Once I'm done expanding in the region, then I might consider going to Georgia or Florida or Virginia, you know, anything like that. Or heck, go across the country to Colorado. So let's go to page 615. And let's look at your current organizational chart. So this might be easy for some of you. Where are you right now? You may not have to add anything to that chart. And underneath it, I want you to answer the questions. What are your areas of mastery? Rate yourself on each one of these and be honest with yourself. Nobody's going to see it except you. On a scale of 1 to 4, 1 being low, 4 being high, rate yourself on those 9 items. All right. Once you get done rating yourself on those 9 items, let's go to the next page, 617. Now, you might have to do a little more drawing. What level of organizational model do you strive for? Let's draw your future organizational chart. What do you want to have? Maybe you just want to stay a single agent. That's perfectly fine. Maybe you want to be a single agent with 3 admin. There's a lady in Hilton Head, South Carolina I met. That's what she does. She sells a lot of real estate and it's just her and 3 admin. Understand this while you're filling that out. I want to tell you a couple things. Your organizational or your business plan consists of 2 organizational models. It consists of where you are today and where you want to be. Just like your economic model shows where you are today, and you can do a pro forma showing where you want to be. What's your goal for the year? And then down at the bottom of 617, answer the question. What steps will I take to begin the journey to my new organizational model? All righty. So when you're done with that, turn to page 619. And let's add this to your 411. So something you might add for your annual goal in your 411, attend the leverage series. Maybe you need to analyze your lead generation and budget models to determine your investment and the return you expect from leveraging with people. Or maybe you want to hire somebody in a certain quarter. For your monthly goals, your monthly goal might be to register for career visioning. That's a good goal. All right. So let's look at some ahas, page 621. Remember what we talked about in the organizational model. We talked about the 3 hiring drivers, which are leads, people, and market. The leads you have, the people that you already have, and the market that you're in. We talked about the hiring process and we talked about the hiring path. We also talked about some traps to avoid. So what kind of ahas do you have from the organizational model? Let's get 3 good ahas.
Well, I have a question, kind of.
Go ahead.
So I know that a lot of agents struggle with going from like a level 1 to a level 2 and how they determine that the right moment. and you hear different things of, maybe by a specific number of transactions or whatever. I mean, do you have any advice on that, on how you help identify like where you should do that before you kind of fray yourself and drive yourself nuts?
Some coaches use the number 35. When you close 35 transactions in a year, you're probably ready to move up. So that's one thing that is very common. Or another, it's almost the same as 3 a month. When you're consistently doing 3 a month, then you're probably ready for an admin. So, and other than that, I mean, there's no real hard line in the sand. But if you use those two things, those are pretty good. Good question. Any other questions or ahas? I'm watching the chat box too, if you want to type it in. I know that there's more than Kevin here. Nobody else has their camera on now. Like we're just doing a private class, Kevin.
I'll take it.
There you go. Come on, folks, speak up. I know you're out there. Don't let me down. By the way, I hope everyone saw my note to please complete an evaluation. That will be wonderful for me. I'm trying to hopefully soon move up to the level of international master faculty. I need a few more evaluations before I can do the audition. So please, please, please do it. All right, got one on chat. My opinion is to get a transaction coordinator that is paid per deal. You can split with another agent in the office. There's also transaction coordinators that you can hire. That'll free you up to make more deals and hire. Yeah, like I said, in the interim, before you actually hire somebody full-time for you, why not get somebody who does a, per transaction basis, a transaction coordinator? That's another way for you to avoid paying a salary, because when you get a transaction coordinator, you're going to have a closing. That's how you pay them. You got a closing on the table. So they're going to be paid.
And what I would say is for newer agents to avoid the pitfalls of the contract, just do it from the beginning. Plan to have the TC, and that'll help you learn the process along the way without your clients being the guinea pigs.
Yep, exactly. Helps out a lot. When I get a new agent on my team, I require them to work hand in hand with our admin. Even though my admin's going to do all the transaction coordination, I want them to learn the process, but I also want to make sure it's done right. So they take care of everything. She takes care of everything, but they shadow her, so to speak. All right, what's another aha?
The power of the showing agent for me.
Yeah, that's a big one. That was a huge debate for years in Keller Williams. People thought that they weren't worth it. People thought they were great. Now it's finally been accepted into the model. So it was a long time coming. All right. I have an aha, and I hope everyone's listening because this is the best aha I've heard all day, and I've heard a lot of them. If you guys ever need somebody in the upstate of South Carolina to refer a buyer or seller to, my team and I would love to help them. And I actually work with all referrals personally. My buyer agents might work with the buyers, to show them houses, but I work with all referrals. I think it's important that they get who you want them to get. And you don't deal with my team, you deal with me. So that's my aha. All right. So let's go to page 7.1. We're going to pull it all together. So 7.1, we have completed our 411. So make sure you take everything. If you wrote it down on those individual pages, just take them and put them together in one. You have your business plan. So we're going to put your business plan together from all the sections. You can execute your business plan with accountability. We've talked about that. Find somebody to be accountable with. It might take you a few times. Sometimes accountability partners don't do what they're supposed to, and you need to find a new one. but put the work into finding them. And number 4, if you will, please do the course evaluation. If you haven't yet, kwueval.com. It's even, I think, on the next page in the book. No, it's at the back. Anyway, do the evaluation. There it is. Tell Kelly course eval. Well, you can just tell Kelly evaluation. You don't have to say all that. Or you can go to kwueval.com and fill it out. And then number 5 is important. Until you are confident enough to do this on your own, take this course every year. There's nothing wrong with taking it every year, because next year you'll have your actual numbers. You'll bring your actual numbers, your actual conversion rates, your actual commission, everything, and you can put together an even more effective business plan in class. So take this class every year. All right, what questions do you folks have? By the way, the last few pages of the book are just blanks for most of the stuff that we worked with today. So you'll have more blanks. What questions do you guys have?
How important do you feel the 135 is?
I thought it was great for a while, but I don't really use it now. I love the 411. I think that's the biggest thing for me. That's a good question. Some people live by the 135 though.
Right. And then the other part is with the 401, because it's the 4 weeks of 1 month. How do you recommend people approach it throughout the month? Because I know I made this mistake for a long time, and that's why I'm bringing it up. But do you revise the 411 after it's written?
I always try to do, at least halfway through the year, I try to evaluate the annual goals just to see where we are. I don't generally change things on there. What I'll try to do is, if it's at all possible, I'll change my monthly goals and my weekly goals to try to get to the yearly goals if I'm missing them or something.
Right. And that's what I was asking, I guess, like if your goal is to have one listing a week or one listing appointment a week, 1 week you miss it, so then the next week you need to have 2, right?
Right. Yeah, the weekly ones and the monthly ones change a lot. It's the annual one doesn't really change.
Right.
Yep. Good question. Any other questions, folks? I appreciate the thank yous in the chat. I'm very happy to do this. And I'm serious about referrals. It's one reason I do these classes. I love to get referrals. I haven't gotten nearly as many since we've been doing it on Zoom. But I used to get one every time I'd make a trip to Florida. I'd teach for a week down there and I'd get a referral. It was like magic. So if y'all know anyone in the upstate of South Carolina, I'd love to help them. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming today. If you haven't yet, please, 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 I don't care what your affiliation is, please go out and vote. It is one of the most awesome things we can do in this country. I'm about to go do it myself. And other than that, if you ever need anything, if you have any troubles, if you want to bounce anything off me, feel free to. I appreciate y'all coming today. Have an awesome day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.